never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
On there, look at that. Everybody smile at the camera. Look who we got in the studio. The secret bunker. Yeah, the one and only Chris Gabrelcik. Yeah, made that journey to hang out with us at the secret bunker here in Cincinnati tonight. And I apologize. I think you had to drive in the rain all the way down. Fun. Well,
that's not fun at all. And now looking at the camera, I can see how gray my hair is.
Yeah, I got to turn your microphone on. I got to remember. I got two microphones to turn on now. I've never had to do this. You're my first, really. I think Kyle chatted with us one night briefly when he was in town. We're getting the secret bunker together and all that. But yeah, you're the first guest.
Well, this is so much better because now I could see you. We could talk and do it like we did before.
And you're going to have to get up close to the microphone, too, that kind of thing.
I'll work on that.
Yeah, see, that's what I said. And if you see the little blue things, they can see that on the camera and say, why has he got reams of paper under there? Yeah, these are the kind of things that, Kyle, he's going to work that out. He was talking about, we're going to get another one of this kind of microphone because that little thing there, the concern was that you might get feedback or whatever. Having two microphones too close, but I don't think they will because these are directional, as you know. You've got microphones right next to each other in your Hotshot Secret studio there.
We do, and we don't have any feedback problems, so
okay.
I think we'd be fine without this screen.
Yeah. Well, let's get it underway here as we roll into hey, is it really Friday? It is. Look at the calendar there. It's the 7th day of May. And not a real bad night. You've got some rain issues out there, but again, nothing as far as concerns of any severe weather, thunderstorm activity, things like that. You've got some cold temperatures, freeze warnings from central portions of Michigan on north. You've got some frost advisories on over into Wisconsin, central and southern Minnesota, southeastern South Dakota. Red flag warnings for much of North Dakota and northern Minnesota. They've been abnormally dry there. But as far as we head into the Mother's Day weekend here, are you ready for that? Yeah, it's going to be a soggy Mother's Day weekend for some. Yeah, we've got a neighbor that has a wedding planned for Saturday, and in Cincinnati here, and the forecast looks like rain. Maybe 1 to 3 inches of rain. They're talking about it. It may rain for 12 to 18 hours in some locations. Rain's going to break out over an approximately 1,000-mile swath Saturday afternoon on into the evening, stretching from Colorado to Indiana, Kentucky. Within this zone, it may rain again for 12 to 18 hours in some areas. Some of the cities that are going to be thoroughly soaked by the storm as it moves slowly eastward this weekend. We can start all the way back in Denver, but Topeka, Kansas, St. Louis and Kansas City, Missouri, Indianapolis, Cincinnati, Columbus, Ohio, Huntington, West Virginia. There's a possibility, only if the storm were to shift its track further to the north, would the chance of rain increase from, say, Chicago to Detroit on Saturday. Right now, it looks like that zone is going to miss out on the rain. I don't think they'd complain, but in addition to the soaking rain, the threat for severe weather is also going to return to the region. Severe thunderstorms are going to fire up across portions of Kansas and Oklahoma during the afternoon Saturday, and then continue to spread eastward through Saturday night across Kansas, even western Missouri. We'll be talking damaging winds, drenching downpours, large hail. So the most widespread threats for these areas, not a big tornado threat, but we cannot rule out an isolated tornado. Across southern Oklahoma, northern Texas, thunderstorms may be a little more isolated, but any storm that does fire up will have the potential to become severe, with large hail being the most probable impact there. Looking ahead to Mother's Day, Sunday, as the back edge of the rain makes eastward progress over Colorado, northern Kansas, and southern Nebraska. Yeah, the leading edge of the rain is going to continue to advance across southern Ohio, Pennsylvania, northern West Virginia, on over into northern Virginia, northern Maryland. Just some spotty showers may be circulating southeastward in from Canada in the wake of a storm that's forecast to move offshore in the northeast states coming up later on Friday night, as a matter of fact. So if you've got outdoor plans, looks like in Pittsburgh, for instance, your best day for outdoor plans is probably going to be Saturday, because for your zone, Sunday's going to be the soggy day. Further to the south, Indianapolis, Columbus, just as the steadiest rain tends to fall near and north of the track of this storm, thunderstorms will be occurring on the southern center of the low pressure. That will be no exception as we head into Mother's Day weekend. Again, we'll see plenty of moisture surging northward out of the Gulf of Mexico. Areas at risk for severe weather Saturday afternoon and into Saturday night. Portions of central and eastern Kansas, western and central Missouri. Thunderstorms, along with the risk of localized severe weather, may extend as far to the south as maybe central and eastern Oklahoma, western Arkansas, and north central Texas. The most common threat from these storms Saturday night, strong wind gust, obviously torrential downpours, could see some flash flooding and maybe some hail, and as always, can't rule out the possibility of an isolated tornado. All right, we're going to be looking at some big changes in the weather unfolding for our friends out in the Pacific Northwest with an approaching storm system there. It's been rather abnormally warm. You got a big cool-off coming on. For most of the region, Thursday was a pretty tranquil day. That's all going to be changing as we head into Friday and on through the weekend. We'll break some of that down for you as we progress here on into a Friday morning. All righty, so, well, gee whiz, less than 24 hours ago, Chris was down in the Sunshine State. I know you can't tell by the camera, but, boy, you've got a nice tan there, Chris.
I tell you, I miss all that sunshine, all this rain and everything that's happening here. I know it's good for the plants, it's good for the crops, but it's not good for the soul.
Well, you've been getting plenty of vitamin D, I can tell you that, yeah.
Yes, I have.
So, I mean, I thought your winter hiatus was over. You're kind of going back and forth.
I am. So when we were down there, I liked it so much, we decided to buy a house, and then the goal now is to go down 1 week out of the month. And I work remotely. That's the one good thing from COVID is the remote working infrastructure has been increased tremendously. There's so many programs, they got videos. There's 10 times more than there was just 24 months ago. So it's really easy to work from home down there. So I go down there 1 week out of the month and basically use Microsoft Teams and Zoom meetings and get a hold of everybody and still work all day. But at the end of the day, I could walk to the beach and enjoy some sunshine.
There you go.
Yeah.
Sounds like a good time to me.
It is. It's a very good time.
All right, who all's checking in here out of the box tonight? Bruce, happy Friday, everyone. Thank you, Bruce. Raymond says, good morning, Steve. He's in Maryland tonight. Edna Bailey, happy weekend, Steve. It's mighty chilly here in Maryland. I hope it warms up soon. 47 degrees in Maryland. That's from Horse Feathers. So, yeah, you are kind of chilly. Let's see. Who we got? Heat Wave. Morning, America. How about you? Hope to be running in soon. Let's see. Tank, give me a hit on Facebook. That's a personal request. Who else checking in? Larry says, Horse Feathers for the guest host. Oh, boy. Who can be worse than... Oh, never mind. Richard, good morning from Florida. 77 degrees, overcast. Wishing Steve, Chris, you have a great day. Todd, I'm at the home 20 tonight. Everybody have a good night. Be safe out there. Let's see. Michael checking in. Good morning, everybody. Still at work, delivering pizzas. About to get off. It'll be off Friday. I've been making lots of tips. Double shifts.
Wow.
All right.
That's exciting.
Pizza delivery. Big right now. Yeah, matter of fact, I ordered me some pizza this past day. That's what I had for lunch. Yeah. So.
I think all food delivery is big right now.
All right, around the country as we get off and rolling here on a Friday morning. We want to jump on board and chime in, speak to the boss man. It's 844-844-3388. I call him the boss man because you are the boss man, but tell us a little bit for those listeners out there that may not be familiar. Chris Gabrelcik is pretty much the creator, founder, CEO of Hot Shot Secret line of products. Break it down for us.
That's right. So we are basically tribologists. We study the moving surfaces to find out how we can reduce friction. One of our first products was Stiction Eliminator to remove all the burnt, gummy substances that happen inside of an engine. And since then, we've gone on to create several different oil additives that are extremely effective. One of the things that we found in the marketplace was that there was a lack of professional-grade products available to the everyday user. So we thought, hey, this is something everybody could use. We should stay on this track. So then we started developing products for gasoline, and then we attacked the fuel side also. So we try to take somewhat of a holistic approach. We look at a problem in a vehicle from beginning to end, not just one little thing. So for instance, if you have moisture in your tank, or you have biodiesel, or you have bacteria growth, we don't just create something that removes the water. We say, okay, what else is the water going to do? Well, the water is going to create rust and corrosion in the bottom of the tank. If you could just picture a little drop of water being in the bottom of a tank, it's going to want to affect whatever's there. So how do we fix that? Well, we put a rust and corrosion inhibitor. Well, since you're already putting an additive in there, we should put some detergent in there and a fuel stabilizer so it doesn't happen again. So we try to attack the whole process from beginning to end. And from that, we've built a great company with lots of great products. Most of our ratings on Amazon are 5-star. People are extremely excited to be able to buy professional grade products off the shelf, where before you'd have to go through a dealer, or, a lot of them weren't even available through any, in any way. So that's how we built the company. And then as we just kept moving on, of course, truck drivers are our lifeblood of what we do. So the overnight radio program was the next, sensible evolution in that process. So we've, moved into this program. But tonight, if you have any questions about oil, about additives, about anything that's in our wheelhouse, I'd be glad to answer them. And if not, we can talk about whatever we normally talk about, the trucking industry, what's happening with electric vehicles, what's happening with DPF filters, fuel prices, those seem to be going up quite a bit.
Yep.
Oil production, refineries that have been down. I mean, we've noticed a huge increase in pricing across the board on everything. And I know some of that is due to some of the refineries getting shut down in Texas during that, that really...
The freeze.
Yeah. I was down here when they were hitting that freeze, or not down here, but I was on the radio. And, that's created this whole ripple effect. Plastics, everything is on backlog. We're on allocation on some products. And we've had some vendors tell us that we can only buy 50% of what we bought last year. Well, that puts a big crimp in what you're trying to get done.
No doubt.
Yeah. So how do you, especially if you're a growing company like us, how do you deal with that where we're, we actually need 200% of what we got last year and they're saying you can only have 50%. So there's a lot of those types of things that are happening that we can talk about as the morning goes on.
It seems like every night we come in here, we're talking about a shortage of something. This week, chlorine has been big in the news.
I didn't hear that. Chlorine is in a shortage?
Chlorine, because so many people, I guess, were being confined home with the pandemic last year, about in the backyard pools, swimming pools and whatnot. Had Hurricane Laura, that there was one of 3 manufacturing facilities. The big chlorine plant burned down there. I think that was in Florida, wasn't it? Or was it maybe Louisiana? Louisiana, I think that was. But that was a big one there. So, yeah, the prices have already doubled for chlorine right now.
Well, this is a good year to get rid of my pool.
I think it's this. I don't think I'm going to open this one this year. I did a walk around and it's 21 years old. It's above ground, and that's more than the life expectancy. Yeah. And I'm seeing a lot of rust around the bottom. It's going to go. So
yeah, that's about the age of mine. It's about 20 years old, and I don't know that anybody gets in it that much. So we're thinking about not doing the pool this year and just leaving it. So I'm with you. So
chlorine shortage. Horse feathers can chime in on. I saw this past day they're talking about propane. I think the smaller tanks, the little like for the backyard grill and whatnot. Small. Right. Another, everybody staying at home, grilling out and whatnot, that they can't keep up with the little propane tanks. Chicken wings. That's one of the headlines this morning. Buffalo Wild Wings, Wingstop, KFC. Nobody can keep up with the chicken right now. They're running out of chicken.
Well, how can that be?
Well, we will break that down for you coming up in a bit. All right, who gets to be first out of the box tonight? By the way, our number is 844-844-3388. Let me just jump over and see if we got everything up and running here. All right, we got somebody on the line. Somebody says, hey, be careful. The boss is watching you.
Yeah. Morning, Your Honor.
Well, that would be...
Morning,
that
Chris.
Would be, yeah, you didn't say... It doesn't say your name there. What's going on, Horse Feathers?
Oh, good morning, Your Honor. I must be the call screen or skip that part when it was getting to warning you about the boss there watching you, looking over your shoulder.
You just can't trust artificial intelligence. Well, good morning.
Yeah. Glad to have you in the studio. Good to see you.
Oh, it's good to see you.
I'm waving back. Can you see me?
No, I can't.
Well, you got to figure out how to do this Zoom with Steve instead of just the regular phone call. We could be Zoom with him, then he could see what we look like going down the. Well, maybe he doesn't want to do that. Maybe we'll scratch that idea for a while. But no, it's good to have you in. I guess to start with there, I want to thank you again for when I put that bug in your ear there a couple months ago about the Make-A-Wish with the truck convoy there in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Because I was kind of hoping for a couple gallons of stiction remover or some extreme diesel treatment or everyday diesel treatment or something like that. You guys might want to kick out to the auction there, and you guys certainly went way above and beyond that. And for what you did for Make-A-Wish, I greatly appreciate it, and I know they do, and all the kids do. So thank you very much.
Well, it's our pleasure. I'm glad that we can help, and it's a great cause. So, and thanks for bringing it to our attention. That was good of you to do that.
So yeah. I was, as I say, I've told Steve before too. I never. I don't know. I don't know how to ask people for money. I'm not good at it. So, I do these things, and I got a few other charities that I work with that I do things for, and it's people know I do it, and I kind of feel that they know I do it, so if they have it in their heart or they have the extra, then they kind of volunteer it. But it's always hard for me to ask, and I never know the right words to ask. So as I say, I wasn't trying to push for it, but I greatly appreciate it. And so, but anyways, hey, with the chicken wings, there, it's kind of like everything else from the pandemic going on. With all the shutdown that we had and everything being closed up and nobody being able to go out, there were less chickens being needed for wings, and of course now nobody knew exactly when things are going to open up. So 4 months ago, you didn't have chickens getting ready to have eggs, to have baby chickens, to have them growing up to be bigger chickens, to actually have chicken wings. So yeah, here's your shortage. Steve and I have talked about that, like with the milk. You don't just go and stick the spigot in the side of the cow, to get your.
Yeah, I'm looking at the story. Yeah, I'm looking at the story here right now. I think you're in between cells. Worse feathers. All right, here's the scoop. Chicken wings flying off the shelves. After a year promoting takeout wings and crispy chicken sandwiches, restaurants including KFC, Wingstop, Buffalo Wild Wings say they're paying steep prices for scarce poultry. Price of chicken's more than doubled. Yeah, some are actually running out or limiting the sales of tenders, fillets, and wings, cutting into some of the most reliable sales. Independent eateries and bars have gone weeks without wings, according to owners. Chicken breast prices have more than doubled since the first of the year. Wing prices have hit records, according to the research firm Urner Berry. The overall supply is constrained, they say. This is affecting every part of the bird, according to Wingstop's CEO. They said they're paying 26% more for the bone-in chicken wings this year. Said the company is speaking on a daily basis to suppliers that are struggling to raise production because they're having trouble finding workers. Oh, there's the big kicker. Who wants to work in the chicken plant when they can sit home and make more money than they would with the extended federal unemployment benefits? Similar constraints weighing on other companies across different industries. Earlier this year, start of the year, chicken looked like a bargain for restaurants. You had closures and dining room restrictions that was contributing to swollen stockpiles of chicken in cold storage facilities at the time. What was averaging about $1 a pound for the restaurants is now trading at $2.04 per pound. Some firms say they're paying as much as $3 per pound for their wings.
I don't know of hardly any businesses that I've gone by that didn't have a help wanted sign in front. It seems like everybody is hiring. So that must be a problem across every industry right now.
The figures I saw off the top of my head, that you've got your typical state unemployment. You add in $300 a week from the federal, the COVID relief package, which right now that's supposed to go all the way to like September the 5th, $300 a week extension on it. You will make more staying home than you would working a 40-hour week at $15 per hour. That's why the restaurants in your typical $10 to $15 an hour jobs can't find anybody that wants to work there.
Yeah, that's going to be a really big toll on the economy over the next quarter. So hopefully something will change on all that.
All righty, let me see here. I know you got the email and Kyle got the email. I guess it was a big thing for Joel Morrow this past day. That Alpha Drivers group that he's got with Volvo, they surpassed the 20,000 member mark this past day.
Oh, wow. No, I did not. I've been in transit all day, so I missed that.
That was forwarded to me by a whole bunch of different individuals. Yeah, 20,000 members at Volvo Truck Masters on Facebook, and Joel said, "Hey, 40,000's our next social media goal." So that's
Very
really.
cool.
He said, considering the fact that they were at, I think they were at 4,000 members like a year ago. So that's pretty cool there. Congratulations, Joel. And we'll be talking with Joel coming up on our next show Monday morning. He joins us out of the box on Monday mornings here on the Overnight Drive. All right, lines available at 844-844-3388. Would this be Hillbilly?
Yes, sir, it is. Thank you both for what you do. Just had a question.
Yes.
I've got a little Kubota diesel tractor, and we loan it out to a lot of people. So some bad diesels got put in it. It keeps plugging up one of the fuel lines. You have to keep having to blow it out. It's an 8.5-hour job to get that fuel tank off to rinse it out. Would you happen to have some kind of fuel additive that might dissolve whatever's in there?
So the Diesel Extreme, which you can get at the Hot Shot Secret website or any retailer, is the strongest additive that can be made. I would say that money can buy, but it doesn't matter. Money can buy or that can be made, because when we built that product, we wanted to make it so strong that there's nothing else that could be done to it. So there's literally nothing else we can put in it to make it any stronger. So I would put in a heavy dose of Diesel Extreme and then do that for 2 tanks, and it should clean out just about anything that's in there.
Okay, I'll definitely give it a try. Yeah, I've been dreading having to try to take that fuel tank off the Kubota book since it's an 8.5-hour job. So I'll definitely give that a try first. I appreciate it.
Okay, sounds great.
Thank you so much for listening in, and maybe next time he's in here, you can let us know how that worked out for you, Hillbilly.
Sure thing. Have a good evening.
All right, have a great weekend. You got it. Let me see here. Tank checking in. Good morning, Steve and Chris. 59 degrees here in Oklahoma. About 400 miles to go to get to the home 20. Everybody be safe. Have a great weekend. We'll be back with you Monday morning. Looking forward to it. Jim checking in from Chattanooga there. And let's see. Hi, Steve. It's Bob in Columbus. Have a great show. Will do. Our old friend Sylvester joining us this morning from the land down under. Good afternoon from Terrigal, NSW. Is that New South Wales, Australia, NSW, I think? Listening in, and I appreciate the boss man there. All right. It's about 70 degrees, partly cloudy skies where he's at. James checking in, 51 degrees in Minnesota. Looks like we're going to be under a frost advisory. Anyway, have a great weekend. Will do. There's their old pal Larry Stone. It's your early day, Training Friday. Yeah, I wanted to check in, Larry, on your way into the training session here on a Friday morning. Okay, so that's a few of the others checking in. Pappy said, rain, go away. And although he says, good morning, Chris.
Good morning.
He'd like to stop by and have a smoke with us. like we did back in the good old days. All right, so there you go. It's 844-844-3388. Let me jump up. Well, good morning, Matthew.
Good morning, Mr. Stevie. How are ya?
I'm doing just fine, thank you.
And a happy good morning to you as well, Mr. Chris.
Well, good morning, Matthew.
So, anyways, Stevie, have you heard that NASCAR unveiled their next-gen race cars?
I saw the picture. I didn't really do much reading up about them or whatever, but yeah, I saw. Is there anything big time different about them?
I really haven't read much into it either. NASCAR was live on Twitter Wednesday about 1:55 Central, which would have been 2:55 Eastern. But the other thing I want to talk about is that when you were mentioning that all that rain was going to hit Kansas City and St. Louis and then Columbus and everywhere in between, the Cardinals have a 3-game series with the Rockies starting tomorrow night, and the final two games of their series are both 1:15 games, and we're actually on our way down to Houston because we have a friend who is getting married Saturday.
Okay. Well, your cards might get rained out. I'm thinking your cards might have some rain delays or rain outs, postponements, maybe double headers later on. But yes, I think you might be all right down in Houston, though. You should be okay.
Oh yeah. Well, as a matter of fact, the second game of our series against the Mets was rained out, so they had a doubleheader yesterday, and then we wrapped up the series with them this past afternoon. But are the Blue Jackets and the postseason for hockey?
Boy, Matthew, you know what? I don't pay attention to hockey at all, sadly. So I can't answer that question. But I did indeed see that NASCAR unveiling their so-called next-gen car bodies this week. And yeah, according to the headline here from motorsports.com, they're striking in comparison to the current iteration of Cup Series cars. Okay. All right, with that, we're up to a news break here. We'll get a quick timeout, and when we come back, more of your calls. Jump on in here. It's 844-844-3388. What's on your mind as we roll into a Friday? It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
First-time claims for unemployment benefits are coming in lower than expected. There were 498,000 initial claims last week, which is 92,000 fewer than the previous week's revised total. That's also the lowest number of first-time claims since March 14th of 2020. All that being said, Tony Frank is a restaurant owner in Toledo, Ohio. He says he can't find people to work. He blames it on the stimulus money.
I think the first round of the stimulus money was good. I think the extra unemployment money was good because we were shut down as a country. I understand that. For $700, people who are making $800-900 will make sacrifices in their life and take things away to be able to sit home. In my opinion, will sit home for that $700.
President Biden spending his Thursday on the road promoting his infrastructure plan in Louisiana. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Do you have an idea for an invention or new product? Do you think companies would be interested in your idea? Do you want to try to get a patent? Then call InventHelp now. InventHelp keeps your idea confidential and explains every step of the invention process. We create professional materials representing your idea and submit it to companies who are looking for new ideas. We have more than 9,000 companies who have agreed to review ideas in confidence. If a company shows interest in manufacturing your invention, we can negotiate on your behalf. We have helped over 10,000 clients receive patents. details. We also offer services including 3D modeling and animation demonstrating your idea, prototyping services, and we use state-of-the-art technology to show InventHelp client ideas to additional companies. Join the thousands of people just like you who chose InventHelp to pursue their idea. We are experienced. We are working for you. We are InventHelp.
Call us for free information at 1-800-460-1663. That's 1-800-460-1663. Again, 1-800-460-1663.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live on camera. Chris is making up a cup of coffee. You actually... You think it's chilly? It's 51 outside the secret bunker here. That's not too bad. There you go.
Well, once you're used to that warm weather, your body gets acclimatized to it. So the good thing is when it's 85, it doesn't bother you. But when you get into the 55, it feels like 30.
So you're kind of used to what, overnight lows like 70?
Correct.
Wow.
Yeah, I go out in the morning. I usually go to the gym in the morning, and as soon as you open the door, it's muggy and hot. But it's strange. You kind of get used to it and you like it after a while.
I know what it's like. That's what it's like on the cruise ship. When you open the door and step out in the morning, it's just nothing but, you can feel the moisture. It's steamy hot. All right, where did we leave off there? It's 844-844-3388. We got plenty of folks waiting to talk to Chris. Say hello. Have you invested in your Dogecoin yet by chance?
My Doge? I don't even know what that is.
All right. You don't care.
Why?
It's the cryptocurrency thing. It's like the Bitcoin and
No, I do have Bitcoin account just for buying things overseas. Because whenever you buy something from another country, you have to have Bitcoin.
You do?
Yeah. I PayPal sometimes, but for the most part, Bitcoin's where it's at. So, it's kind of cool because I put money in a year ago to buy something, and then it just keeps going up. So I've been buying things for free the way I look at it.
Yeah. Okay, because Bitcoin's like $55,000 a coin right now.
Yeah, I bought it when it was less than half that. So I put like $300 in there because I wanted to get something from India.
Yeah.
And then, I bought it, and then it's up to $600. It's like, hey, this is kind of nice. Like free money. I just keep buying things, and it's, doesn't
So
cost.
you just buy little like itty bitty pieces of Bitcoin then is what they call it.
Yeah. Just parts of it.
Interesting. Okay. Well, Dogecoin was the coin that was created as a joke. Someone was making fun of Bitcoin. It was created as a meme, as they call it, and it was like 0.2 of a penny and less than a penny for 3 or 4 years. And here in like the past 2 weeks or maybe 3 or 4 weeks, it's kind of skyrocketed. It was up to nearly 70 cents a coin. So people that bought in, if you put a couple $100 in when it's 0.2 of a cent,
right, like penny
it's
stocks.
all of a sudden it's worth. People have got so everybody's been watching the Dogecoin in recent days, but
you could spend it like regular money then.
I don't know Dogecoin. I mean, I don't know that anybody really takes Dogecoin yet, but you can trade it. You can trade Dogecoin for other cryptocurrencies, and we've been talking about this all week, and it's all like total Greek to me, but.
This is a really strange world we live in. You know that?
Yeah. We did have one driver that bought into it. Was like 22 cents, and I don't know how much he bought a bunch of it, but he cashed in half of his Dogecoin earlier this week when it was at 63 cents, and he traded. He got $240,000 out of it.
Oh wow! How about that?
That's the idea. So, okay, there's people getting rich, I guess, but then again, you can lose everything if you're not careful. Who's next up on the list here? I think we've got Gary from East Tennessee. Is that correct? Hello, Gary.
Yeah, hello, Steve. I really appreciate your show. I got a couple of friends in Marietta, Ohio, and they're the one that told me about you. And when you went off the air and come back on, I'm just glad you're back on. I really do enjoy your weather reports every night.
Thank you.
But anyways, I purchased a 2003 Lincoln Lynx, and I didn't test drive it. The guy brought it over because I can't drive two cars at the same time. And they brought it over so they could test drive it the next morning, and they dropped it off, took the plate off, and left. I had it for a couple of days, and I said, well, I'm going to put my plate on it, just to drive it up to Walmart. It's only a couple miles away. Drove it up there, and you're going along, and clunk. You go a little bit further, clunk, and you hear this jerk, and I don't know if it's the transmission or what it is. I really don't know. I think it is the transmission, but I was wondering if you had any type of product that you could put in your transmission that might possibly eliminate that clunking noise.
We do, and it's a product called Shift Restore. It used to be called Transmission Stiction Eliminator, and that was my name that I came up with, and then we hired a marketing team, and they said, you don't know what you're doing. That's a really bad name. So, which is okay, but it's still on Amazon as TSE or Transmission Stiction Eliminator. It's on our website at hotshotsecret.com, and you can get it's called Shift Restore, and it's got a really good success rate. I'm just looking at it right now. It's got a 5-star rating, but it's $15.99. You put that in the transmission. You don't have to drain any fluid out because the sump in the transmission is so large that 16-ounce bottle won't really affect it much. But normally what happens is inside transmissions, you get a little bit of oxidation or a lot of oxidation. It starts to hang things up. So that clunking noise is the shifter's not moving right. The Shift Restore goes in and fixes that. Now, what's really neat about this product, and just a little background for anybody that knows anything about transmissions, transmission fluid has to be made to a really difficult specification. The two hardest oils to make are transmission fluid and shock absorber fluid. Because if you think about like a shock absorber or transmission, the oil has to stay the same at 104 degrees and 0 degrees. So it really can't change any. Otherwise, things don't move right. So there's not a lot they can do with them. So what we were able to do is put together a Group 5 ester, which is a really specific man-made kind of oil. And in this case, it's extremely polar, which means it wants to go right down to the metal surface and clean everything that's in there. So it's, in essence, it's making that transmission fluid somewhat of a semi-synthetic, and it's cleaning everything that's in there. Now, anybody that doesn't know, all of our products have a 100% money-back, no hassle guarantee. And the reason is, when we started the company, we knew that people that were using our products had a problem to begin with. Like in your case, you have a transmission that's not working. If this doesn't fix it, then we really do want you to have your money back because you've got a bigger problem on your hands, and we don't want to make it worse. So feel free to, to try it. Go on a website and order it. If it doesn't work, just call back or, send an email, whatever. Just say, hey, I bought this. It didn't work. Can you refund my money? And we'll get it right back to you. But I don't know the exact percentage, but most of the time it works. I've actually had one person that had a transmission. It was a Lincoln. Matter of fact, it was a Lincoln. It was a big Lincoln, one of the older ones, and it froze up completely. He was going in reverse, and it just went clunk, and the car wouldn't move. He had it towed, and in this case, it was going to be around, I think he said $3,000 or $4,000 to have a new transmission put in it, and the car had 350,000 miles on it. And he called me and he said, I don't really want to put that much money into it because I don't know that the car is worth it. What do you have? So I, sent him a bottle of the Shift Restore. He called me back and said, the mechanic made fun of me, said this will never work. There's no way you could fix it. He goes, I drove it off and it's been fine ever since. I mean, he drove for another year after that, and then I think he sold it or gave it to somebody at that point. But it's a pretty good chance it'll work. If it does, just let us know. If not, let us know also. But one way or another, it's worth a chance. I mean, it's definitely worth a shot.
Oh, yeah, because I don't want to pay thousands of dollars to get a transmission fixed, but the mechanic said it's the transmission, and I didn't get any estimates on it, but all I know is that if I can pay $16 and see if that fixes it, if it does, I'll tell everybody I know about it.
Absolutely. Hey, if you go to the website, hotshotsecret.com, when you're checking out, you can type in the code Overnight Drive, and you'll get 10% off.
That's right. And I think there's free shipping on that also.
All righty, Gary. Well, thank you so much for checking in, and I hope that works out for you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Stevie. I love your show.
Thank you for listening, and I'm glad somebody, it's been word of mouth. People just kind of passing the word around one after another. And
what's really strange, or not strange, but what's exciting is the fact that all the advertising that we do. We do TV, radio, print. 65% of new customers come to us from word of mouth. So it's still the number one driving force, and it's people tell other people about it because it works. And that's the number one most common comment that we hear is, I was just so surprised that it worked. Most of the things I've tried in my life, they didn't really do anything, or I couldn't tell the difference. But man, this stuff really works. My car's running better. My truck's running better. Whatever the problem was, they just get really excited at the fact that it's doing the job that we tell you that it will do.
Yep. And I've been hearing a lot of that as well. I think it might have been, I don't know if it was Army. I don't want to say the wrong person, but he called in here a week or two ago talking about he was diagnosed with failed fuel injectors. And he was, I don't know if it was one or two, whatever, but he was facing several $1,000s in repairs. And he said, you know what, I'm going to try that. He tried the Stiction Eliminator, and he said, I'll be darned if that was it. They're working again.
Yeah, and that's really the heart and soul of what the company is founded on, is the idea that there's problems out there that can be fixed inexpensively. And we wanted to help the consumer fix these problems before they started turning wrenches and paying mechanics. It's like, if this is something we can fix, then we should try. And, that's every product that we have, that's the direction we go, problem-specific solutions. Matter of fact, early on when the company was growing and, we started getting some retail shelf space and we were selling a lot of product, we kind of came to a crux in the road where, the retailers were asking us to make all kinds of different products. And, that's exciting when people are offering to buy product from you, in the millions of dollars. And, I did a lot of soul searching and I thought, you know what, this isn't really who we are. So I went back and said, I really appreciate the opportunity, but that's not who we are. We're about solving problems. So we don't want to just make products to make them. We want to find a problem, fix it, and then move forward. And it really is what drives us. I know you've been up to our company before, Steve, and most of the people get excited about the solutions that we come up with, even more so than the sales volume or the number of bottles. That pays the bills and keeps the lights on, of course, but it really is the innovation that gets everybody stoked.
And you guys are literally actually developing and creating products. You're not just taking something that's a recipe you can buy from somebody. You're making your own.
Yeah, that's really what's unique about our company is we have a whole research and development department, and we actually have a lab that works 2 shifts now because we had so much testing going on. And, we're constantly bringing in products from all over the world, testing them to find out what works, what doesn't, what can we use it for, what synergies does it have with other products. To the point now where we started a separate company called LSI Chemical. And what they do is they're taking our chemistries to other oil companies and additive companies, and they're using them in their formulas all over the world. We've got distributors, I think, in 14 different countries now, just focusing on key components or core components that we've developed that are unique to us. And they're saying, one of the areas that we've been able to really help with is startup friction. So and not to get too long and boring with everybody, but the idea is, each product has wins and losses. Sometimes if something's going really fast, you can reduce friction there, but you don't do it when it's going slow. Sometimes if there's a lot of friction or a lot of pressure, you might reduce friction there, but not when there's light pressure. So we test them all and we try to figure out where is this key. Well, one of them had a really a home run on the slower, lighter type of friction where we're able to reduce it considerably, like 50%. So we're thinking, okay, where does this help most? And it was in startup. So some of the major additive companies said, hey, this is an area that we don't have a product for. We want to use this as a component in blending engine oils to help startup friction because we can reduce that. Now that specific product, when you got going fast and more pressure, it didn't really show much, effect. But on that startup friction, it really helped tremendously. So just, to your point, it's we do develop products, we test them, we retest them, and, keep finding new ways to solve problems and make lubricants better.
Oh, who's next up here? Larry, what's happening this morning?
Good morning, and glad to see you at the bunker there, Chris.
It's great to be here. I really do like doing the show better when I'm face-to-face with Steve. I can't tell you how hard it is to just sit on the phone and talk to to talk. First of all, I'm really hard of hearing. So being able to see people makes a huge difference. This whole mask thing is, I can't, you would not believe how crippling it is. I feel, like I have to take my wife everywhere with me. I'm going to get a cup of coffee and they say something with a mask and I look at her like, what did they just say, So it's much easier if I'm face-to-face.
Well, when you get older, Chris, you also find out that the younger people talk real fast. And when they're talking real fast with a mask on, that just complicates the problem. I say slow it down to 45 so I can understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
and then they don't understand what that 45 means, all right?
I could not agree more. And the one thing that's happened with all this remote working things, everybody is Zoom now. Zoom or Microsoft Teams. And I found a place on Zoom where you could put closed captioning on. And I cannot tell you how helpful that is because, sometimes people are speaking with broken English, which makes it even harder if you're hard of hearing. You find yourself tipping your head towards the computer monitor trying to hear, what did they just say? And, you're thinking about it. Well, now I just click that closed caption on and it's like 90% accurate. It just makes it so much more productive for somebody that's hard of hearing. It's been a saver for me.
In the solid waste industry, we have 2 large trade associations. One is NWSA, which are NWRA, National Waste and Recycling Association, and the other one is SWANA, solid waste of South North America, and our Zoom meetings for the National Safety Committee and ANSI subcommittees just aren't the same. You know, the networking that we do when you're having a break or, you know, your face-to-face interaction with somebody is just not the same. And although we're somewhat being effective, we can't wait to get back to having our meetings 2 times a year in different locations across the country to talk about safety in a commercial motor vehicle. Chris, I had a question for you. I have a 2014 Harley Tri-Glide, and I had a noise. I wasn't sure what it is, so I trailered it to my Harley dealership because a friend of mine told me that 2014 to 2016 had a problem with hydraulic lifters. So I didn't want to, you know, heat the engine up before I went over to have them listen. Long story short, it wasn't that problem. It was a motor mount that was broke. But my point being is, do you think there is a opportunity for the oil additive in helping a collapsed hydraulic lifter?
I do. That the same thing. Well, not, I don't know if it's the exact same thing, but we're having the same problem with the engines that shut half the cylinders off and then turn them on. I don't remember what those are called, but I've got it in my notes here because we've been investigating that. And I think that when we go in there and clean them up and keep them clean and I call it super lubricating. That's not a real professional term, but when you super lubricate those lifters, I think it makes them, you know, it fixes that problem. So that's really good intel. And normally what we do in a case like that is we turn it over to R&D. We'll research it, maybe talk to some Harley dealers, and then we'll maybe go to a Facebook users group and find literally 100 people that are having that problem, send out free samples and say, try this and report back to us. So when you're doing scientific testing, there's 2 ways to go about this, and this will make total sense once I explain it. One is having an exact set of circumstances like temperature controlled, speed, all those types of things where there's very few variables. The other way is to do it in massive amounts of numbers. So sometimes, like on a fuel economy test, it's really difficult to get all the conditions perfect to do 2 or 3 tests in a row to test different products. So we'll do it amongst 1,000 different people and then take the averages. You'll see the same thing with drugs. They'll say, you know, we put a placebo in effect and, you know, 50% of the participants had this and compared to a placebo. So what we'll do in this type of situation is send it out to literally 1,000 Harley owners and say, hey, did this help? And then calculate and see if it made a difference or not. So that's very likely that would help. The FR3 would be the one that I would start with, and if that didn't do it, I would move over to the Stiction Eliminator. Okay, there you go. Larry lost his cell. So the FR3 would be your recommendation, and then Stiction Eliminator? Correct. If the FR3 didn't do it, so the difference between them, they both have FR3 in them, or they have the nanos and the 2 different esters. Stiction Eliminator has more detergents in it, and it's made to be more of a cleanup product. But the esters in the FR3 are very, very much cleaners. They'll clean up. So my guess is if we can clean that and then put a coating of nano lubricant on it, it'll actually fix the problem, so you never have the problem with the lifter collapsing. So we have to find that out. I'll have to write that down and make sure we follow up on that tomorrow. Okay. All right, lines available at 844-3388. And I believe Jim is on the line. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning. How y'all doing this evening?
Doing well.
Or it's early morning.
Yes.
I called the show, I don't know, about probably 2 months ago or a little longer when Chris was on. And I talked to him about a couple of issues I was having with this Cummins engine I had. And I'd been using, he remembers, I told him that I'd been using everyday treatment, about 2.5 ounces in each tank of every fill up. So I was having a problem with the check engine light on, and the DES system, I had cleared the DES system up and everything. I ain't had no more problems out of the DES system by using the everyday diesel treatment, you know, religiously. So I took it into a Cummins dealership in Tampa, Florida, and had the overhead run on the Cummins. Okay, they come back with a computer readout. They said, well, you got number 6 injector fouled out. You got the actuator on the turbo that's showing problems, and probably the turbo. So they quoted me a price around $9,000 to fix it.
Wow.
So anyway, Chris told me to use the Diesel Extreme, a couple of heavy doses of Diesel Extreme. Okay. I done that, and right after I used the second hot dose of it, the check engine light went off. The truck, it didn't seem like it was running bad when the check engine light was on, when they said that, I was having these troubles. And, I was just about ready to spend about $9,000 to put a new turbo and actuator and let them put the injector on. And, hey, no problems. And it's been over a month. And, man, this stuff really, really works. And I just can't believe the response that this truck has got now. I've got 626,000 miles on the truck, and it runs better today than it did brand new. I just want to say thank you, Chris. You saved me a fortune. This stuff is better than the douche coins.
Well, those are the stories we love to hear. That's really why we go to work every day.
Yeah. But I've got one other question for you, Chris. Now, I've been using the Shell synthetic blend oil, 1540, with, it's half synthetic, half conventional. I've been using that oil ever since the truck was new. So I decided, and when I called in last time, I hadn't, when I talked to you the last time about 2 months ago, and I hadn't ever used FR3. So I started using the FR3 after I talked to you, and the Diesel Extreme, I put it through twice, then it cleared everything up. So, and I think I'm on my second oil change. I go about 25,000 between oil changes. Okay. So the last two oil changes, I've used the FR3. I put about 1.5 quarts in on 11-gallon oil. And, I can tell a big difference in that too. So anyway, this last time I changed the oil, I didn't go with the synthetic blend. I went with with the full synthetic, the 5W15. So the 5W15 full synthetic versus the synthetic blend, which one would you recommend to use?
Is the weight the same? You said 5W15. Was the other one a 5W15, or was it a 5W40 or 1540?
Well, the synthetic blend that was it was a 1540. Yeah, okay, then the full synthetic is 5W40.
Okay, 5W40.
And that's what I put in this last time, and 5W40 full synthetic.
Yeah, I would.
And
I would say that the 5W40 full synthetic has got to be a better product than the semi-synthetic, because they're going to be using a Group 3 base oil in that full synthetic, and the semi-synthetic is going to be a combination of Group 2 and 3. So you should get longer life and better fuel economy using that, and just better startup too.
Yeah, I'm in Nebraska right now, and it's speed limit 75, and I'm cruising along 75 mile an hour, getting 7.9 miles a gallon by the computer here, and this stuff, everything you got is really, it's a lifesaver. Fleets or whatever. I cannot believe this. That I was getting ready to shell out $9,000 on all this, and it really works. And I'm going to be a religiously user of it from now on.
Wow, I'm glad to hear
and
that.
I've noticed since Steve, y'all started the show with Steve, okay? I didn't have no problem like I feel at Love's and TA and places like that, okay? And now, I usually buy a gallon of your everyday use. I get a couple of gallons off of Amazon, okay? But, I run out of it if I get out here on the road. I've been noticing on the shelves at Love's especially, this stuff is flying off the shelves. They need to stock more of it in Love's, the everyday diesel treatment. And the shelves are bare now. And since you went on the show with Steve, I've been noticing a lot of these truck stops, their shelves is getting bare of your product, So it must be working,
I think so. So I'll make sure I get a hold of Love's and let them know they need to keep stuff in stock because we can't sell it if it's not on the shelf.
Right.
Yeah.
But you know,
there's plenty of the H products, but I noticed there are abundance of the House, but I noticed especially the everyday use, man, it's getting harder to find at Love's. The shelf's just bare of it,
That's
and stuff. But I just wanted to call and let you know, give you an update on your advice. Really worked by doubling up on the Diesel Extreme and it saved me a lot of money on maintenance. So I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much. I'm glad you're having good luck. Let us know if there's anything we can do to help you. We'd be glad to do it.
Okay. We'll talk to you later.
And thank you for listening in, Jim. That's a great story. I mean, there you go. That's another example. $9,000. Are you kidding me? So he put in I guess for a big truck, you're going to use how much? If memory serves, he had an engine that didn't have the oil side injectors. Is that the case? So you told him to use a double dose or whatever of the Diesel Extreme to clean out.
Right. The Diesel Extreme treats 1 to 300 gallons. So, that's on the Cummins engine, they don't have the oil-fired injectors. The Stiction Eliminator or the FR3 are going to be good for turbos and any kind of crud that's built up in your engine, which, there are a lot of hot spots in the engine. I mean, anybody can imagine there's certain areas in there that get to be 400, 500, 600 degrees. Now, oil starts to burn up at about 180 to 200 degrees. So anything, above that, you're going to get stiction or burnt oil residue there. So we'll clean that up and it just makes everything run better. But in his case, it was the fuel system that was having difficulty, and that Diesel Extreme is made to clean it up in one treat. Our recommendation is to use Diesel Extreme once a year or twice a year, and then to use the everyday diesel treatment the rest of the time. It's got more things in it that help. So I guess when we were doing the Diesel Extreme, it was made to be like a really severe cleanup. I know early on we used to use the example like going to the dentist twice a year versus brushing your teeth every day. The everyday diesel treatment was made to be a lot more reasonably priced. So we're chemically altering the fuel so it burns cleaner. The DPF system is healthier. You use less DEF fluid, all those types of things. Less particulate matters going through your exhaust pipe. So if you just imagine, one is made to really clean up the inside surfaces of the fuel system, the fuel tank, the lines, the injectors, the pump. The other one is made to chemically alter the fuel so it just burns cleaner and burns better. Hopefully that makes sense.
So whatever it takes to save somebody $9,000, though. Yeah, he almost sounded like, I can't believe it.
I know. I love those stories.
All right. So, hey, we're a little bit behind for our news update here. We'll get that. We got several lines available. Jump on in here. It's a Friday morning, getting set for the weekend, Mother's Day weekend, no less. Our number is 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
First-time claims for unemployment benefits are coming in lower than expected. There were 498,000 initial claims last week, which is 92,000 fewer than the previous week's revised total. That's also the lowest number of first-time claims since March 14th of 2020. All that being said, Tony Frank is a restaurant owner in Toledo, Ohio. He says he can't find people to work. He blames it on the stimulus money.
I think the first round of the stimulus money was good. I think the extra unemployment money was good because we were shut down as a country. I understand that. For $700, people who are making $800, $900 will make sacrifices in their life and take things away to be able to sit home. In my opinion, will sit home for that $700.
President Biden spending his Thursday on the road promoting his infrastructure plan in Louisiana. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Maybe you've heard about MediShare and you know what it is. It's the affordable alternative to health insurance, but you've wondered, can I really save a significant amount of money on my monthly health care bills? And the answer is an emphatic yes, you can. You can save a lot of money, whether it's just for you or for an entire family. MediShare has an option for you. In fact, the typical family saves $500 a month switching to MediShare. And it really is the gold standard when it comes to healthcare sharing. You get free telehealth services, you get a huge network of doctors, you get great customer support, and you get the sense of security that comes from being a part of 400,000 people who share not just each other's medical bills, but purpose too. MediShare is a community of Christians who pull together and pray for each other, which is Very refreshing right now. If you want more info, it's so simple. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 844-34-BIBLE. That's 844-34-BIBLE. 844-34-BIBLE.
Americans all over the country are pausing at this time for the National Day of Prayer. From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, John Clemens reports.
This National Day of Prayer comes at a time when countless Americans are concerned about the dangerous change in direction we're witnessing. It was former President Donald Trump who reminded us of the words of Dr. Billy Graham that our prayer is the key that opens to us the treasures of God's mercies and His blessings. Mr. Trump went on that prayer has always been at the center of American life because America is a nation of believers.
Pfizer is donating doses of its coronavirus vaccine for athletes participating in the Tokyo Summer Olympics. The company signing an agreement with the IOC to give doses of shots beginning July 23rd. Officials saying the donation is another part of their efforts to help make the Olympic and Paralympic Games safe. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
After 100 days in the Biden administration, Hunter Biden still owns shares in a Chinese equity firm.
Chinese business records show the president's son, Hunter Biden, continues to hold a 10% stake in the Chinese private equity firm BHR Partners, despite multiple reports from December suggesting he was divesting his position in the company. Then candidate Biden on the campaign trail.
No one in my family will in fact have any business relationship with anyone that relates to a foreign corporation or a foreign country. Period. End of story.
Former Utah Congressman Republican Jason Chaffetz tells Fox News the president needs to explain.
You promised everybody that it would not be the case, but it is. I have questions about what was going on in Ukraine. They have not come clean on this. They need to have this exposed, and he needs to get out of these business deals.
President Biden in December, after his son's divestment announcement, said it's a representation of, quote, the kind of man of integrity he is, end quote. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
A bill to allow the unlicensed carry of handguns in Texas is on its way back to the House after passage in the Senate. In a nearly 7-hour debate on Wednesday, some Republican amendments to the bill were adopted in order to win support of several reluctant Republicans. All 18 Senate Republicans voted in favor of the bill, and all 13 Democrats opposed it. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, we're back on a Friday, TGIF. I mentioned big change in the weather pattern unfolding across the Pacific Northwest. Thanks to an approaching system in the Pacific. Yeah, going back Wednesday, you saw above normal warmth across the Pacific Northwest. Portland, Oregon, for example, you took a high of 82 degrees. I mean, you're normally in the middle or upper 60s this time of year. On south into Medford, Oregon, you were at 90 degrees, well above the norm of 71 there. Now, even where temperatures were close to normal further inland, you've all got a big change coming your way. Big change on the horizon from most locations. Yeah, Thursday was another tranquil day. It's all changing now. Ahead of the front, we'll be watching for some thunderstorms breaking out in central Montana, northwest Wyoming, southeastern Idaho, and northwestern portions of Nevada today. Some of those may contain some hail and gusty winds. Yeah, not talking about any sort of a widespread severe weather outbreak, but much colder air. That's going to be the kicker there, is going to be advancing eastward in the wake of that front. After temperatures in Boise soared to the middle to upper 80s Thursday, you're going to struggle to reach the mid-60s for highs later today. Great Falls, Montana, you'll have a high maybe middle 70s. That was yesterday. You're going to be 60. You probably won't even reach 60 for a high temperature today. Looks like in the higher elevations, Washington and Idaho, the air may be cold enough that rain showers could even mix with some snow at times. It's not out of the question that the Cascades of Washington and the mountains of Idaho and western parts of Montana and Wyoming may actually see a little light accumulation of snowfall today. But with the influx of the colder air coming in as we speak Thursday night into Friday morning, snow levels are also going to plummet, allowing some flakes to fly as low as 2,500 feet, according to AccuWeather. Any significant accumulation not likely because of the warmth you've seen before this storm rolls in. So the ground temperatures are way too warm. Now, with that said, it's not out of the question. The Cascades of Washington and the mountains of Idaho, western Montana, may pick up a light accumulation of snow. Maybe come later on Friday night. Any wet roads could become slick, though, especially for the higher elevations. The below normal temps and precip and wind probably going to stick around right through your Mother's Day weekend. The coastal Northwest should begin to experience a bit of a warm-up and a drying trend come maybe Monday. However, over the interior, showers and higher elevation snow showers still going to be in the forecast. Much of the northern and central Rockies expected to have rain and snow to deal with, probably right on into Tuesday. And you could see some additional accumulations. Looks by maybe midweek next week, precip should come to an end across the entire area, at which point you'll begin to see your temperatures maybe beginning to trend higher there. So big changes there in the Pacific Northwest, kind of a cool, rainy Mother's Day weekend for that part of the country as well. All righty, let me see here. Back with Chris Gabrelcik, and we've got lines available at 844-844-3388. From the email bag, Steve at hotshotsecret.com. Ask Chris how his treatment works with carburetors and with cars, hot rods that sit. Does it treat the fuel as well? And tell him thanks for putting you back on the air.
With carburetors, I'm assuming we're talking about a gas engine. So we would have to use a product called Gasoline Extreme, which is a very special additive that we created for the gas engines. And it will clean up all the varnish and gums and things that will build up in a carburetor. Because as you know, gas goes south a lot faster than diesel fuel. Diesel fuel does go south. People don't realize that, but gasoline does it a lot faster. So the Gasoline Extreme would clean all that up. It'll also clean the tank up and make it run better. So you could use it every treatment. But if you start off, especially if I have, like when I've had a piece of gas equipment that's been sitting for a little bit, I'll go ahead and put double the treatment of Gasoline Extreme in there, and it makes it run right away.
Okay. All right, there you go. And you did say that if it sits, the car's going to sit for a while. Is that going to have any kind of a stabilizer in it, or do you need something else?
Nope, it does. The Gasoline Extreme has enough stabilizer to make it about a year. And the new line that we launched this year for RVs, we have a gasoline additive for there. And that product is made to stabilize the gas for 2 years. So basically we took some of our regular chemistries and we thought, okay, if we have an RV, what are some of the unique things to an RV? And that would be one of them, is RVs sit longer. So especially there's a lot of V10s out there and like the Class Cs. and some of the coaches that have a gasoline engine. So we developed a line just for those. Same way with the transmission and the stiction eliminator for those engines. They're just tweaked a little bit to meet those requirements. And then soon we're going to be coming out with a marine line. We're working on that right now. Hopefully we'll have that out this quarter.
Okay, very good. A couple of other listening friends checking in via the social media page. Let's see who you got. Phil checking in from Manatee Skyway Bridge, rest area, south side. Good morning. Good to have you with us there, Phil. Let's see. Had a couple of questions, I think, down here somewhere in the mix. Where is it here? Let's see. What would you use on a John Deere 1023E diesel? It's a very small tractor on an F-150 gas twin turbo 3.5 motor.
Wait, say that again?
All right. A John Deere 1023E diesel. Very small tractor. And, okay, so maybe that's two different things. You got a 1023E diesel, then a very small tractor on an F-150 gas twin turbo. I'm guessing that's two separate things.
Okay, so for both of those in the engine oil, I would put stiction eliminator. The reason for the diesel is we want to clean up everything that's inside there. And it should, if you were able to go in there with a camera and look, you would see some black carbon deposits. You'd also see a lot of yellow where the oil's been burned. So we're going to clean all that up with one treatment. Now on the gas engine, because we have turbos, the same thing. So a turbo bearing gets to be somewhere between 800 to 1200 degrees, because it's bringing exhaust gases out of the exhaust and it's pumping it back into the engine. So it's hot. I mean, it's really hot. And then the turbo bearing itself is, being lubricated with the engine oil, so it's going to burn up some of that engine oil over time. So the stiction eliminator would be the treatment for both of them. And then on the fuel side, I would use the diesel extreme in the tractor to clean out the fuel system so it's like new. And on the gasoline side, on the Ford, I would put the gasoline extreme.
Very good. Okay. Got that one sorted out. And then one other question, John's headed to Fort Wayne for a 6 a.m. delivery. Is stiction eliminator only used on Huey injectors?
No, it's most effective on Huey injectors because those have an oil side to the injector. So if you can imagine two tiny pistons, one 10 times bigger than the other, and it's basically acting as a hydraulic ram. So the bigger piston is pushing the smaller one, which is pushing the fuel out in there. And that the oil side gets all coked up inside there, and that's what we originally developed the stiction eliminator for. But later on, we found that same problem exists in all diesel engines just because there's so many, we call them hot spots. I know there's got to be a better term out there, but the more efficient the engine gets, the closer the surfaces get together, the more friction that is developed there. So we have more burning oil inside the engine. So the stiction eliminator could be used literally in any engine. It's going to clean it out. But where you see it the most effective is on a Huey injector. So really the way I would say it is if you have a Huey injector and you don't use stiction eliminator, you're going to have a problem. It's the only product that I know of that's going to fix that problem. So you really should use it at least once or twice a year just to keep from having the buildup. Now, everybody else could get by once a year just to keep your engine running at tip-top shape.
Okay. He said he's in he's in a 04 Ram 2500 Common Rail Cummins.
Yeah, so what we would do in there is not only will we clean it up, but your turbo is going to be running much, much better. I mean, to the point where a common thing that I hear is that you can literally hear the turbo spool up now. So I've had people call me and say, I put this in here and I pulled into a fueling station or I pulled into Love's to fill up my pickup truck and I can hear something spinning under the hood. I've never heard that before, and they're like, I don't understand. It's like the turbo's still spinning after you've shut the car off, where if you could imagine a bunch of gummy stuff on there, when you shut the engine off, it just stops. But once you free it up and you super lubricate it, that thing just keeps spinning and it sounds different. You get, faster spools up faster, you get more boost. So people do notice a big difference in their power.
Okay, that's pretty cool. All right, let's get back to the callers here. Who's next up? There's our old pal, Pappy. Hello, Pappy.
Hello, Steve. Good evening to you. Good evening, Chris.
Good morning.
Hey, is this your first time at the secret hidden bunker when it's all finished and set up and
Yes, it is. It's
online there or what?
It is my first time here, and I got to tell you, I'm impressed. Kyle and Josh and Steve did a great job. I did not give them enough gratitude until I actually seen how good of a job they did.
I tell you what, I think everybody was so impressed, that first night when we're actually able to see Steve, and how the studio looks there is just amazing. You guys done a fantastic job, and can't thank you enough again, But hey, I think I might have a handle for Chris.
Oh, yeah?
Tell me what you think. Yeah, tell me what you think. You remember the movie Pulp Fiction?
Absolutely.
I do.
Right. So, the famous scene where they shoot that guy in the face when he's sitting in the back seat of the car, right? And they splattered him all over that back seat.
Yeah.
Well, they called in a certain person that helped take care of that situation.
The fixer.
And the fixer. What do you think, man?
I like the fixer. That's good. See, this is where we get our best ideas. On our Facebook Live, when we started doing that, somebody called up and said, you need a good tagline. And he said, how about lubing it right day and night? Well, after he said, I couldn't stop thinking about it after that. So we started signing off, lubing it right day and night. But I don't think they do that anymore.
There you go.
But the fixer, I like it.
Hey, listen, I from what you were talking earlier about fixing, I thought, man, that fit the T there. But hey, I got a 2003 Chevy Impala. Just turned 100,000 miles on it. Going to be getting rid of it. Well, I was thinking about either hanging on to it or getting rid of it. I'm going to be buying another Chevy Impala off a buddy of mine. He's got a 2015 with 30,000 miles on it. Do you think that's too early to throw any stiction eliminator in the 2015? Obviously, for the 2003, it's going to help it a bunch. But what about the 2015 with 30K on?
I would probably just jump right into the FR3 with a 2015 with 30,000 miles. I don't know. Gas engines don't build up the stiction nearly as quickly as the diesel unless they're extremely high efficient engine. Something with turbos on it. It doesn't have a turbo, does it?
No.
No, that I would go right to the FR3. Like 8 ounces of FR3, and you should see a noticeable difference before and after. In terms of fuel economy, power is going to be kind of hard to notice, but like all the tests that we did, we were able almost always to get a 3 to 5% increase in fuel economy. And we did, extremely precise testing. I mean, we in over dozens and dozens of cars. So it was pretty consistent. So I would say that you will definitely make the engine last a lot longer. It'll help with your startup, and you'll get better fuel economy.
All right. Roger that. Thanks. Hey, what about the pep? Listen, I had a belt bust on that 2003 a couple years ago. And ever since then, man, the power steering, you know how you get that little noise and I don't know, but it just won't go. You got anything to stick in that?
I do.
That might help that out?
Yeah. You'll love this. Put just like a cap full or a shot glass full of FR3 in the power steering. Usually there's enough room in there to put it in without doing too much. But if you have to pull just a little bit out, like a tablespoon or two, and put some FR3 in there,
right?
It's the craziest thing. It like fixes it within 60 to 120 seconds. I mean, it is really cool. I had an old Chrysler Sebring, and one of our friends had one also, and they had the power steering pump go out, and it was the same year. And I thought, it kept squealing. Like it was, when you turn a steering wheel all the way and you can hear it squealing. Well, this thing did that all the time.
Yes, sir.
Like just going down the road, it did it. So I'm like, all right, let me put some of this in there. I just had I had the prop up on the hood, and I put literally 2 tablespoons of FR3 in the power steering. By the time I put the cap on and I went to take the prop, the squealing stopped. And I'm like, holy smokes.
Wow. That's amazing.
Yeah. It works really well in power steering.
Wow.
And we've also,
I thought maybe it was low on fluid, but it's full, it's not the fluid. So.
Just put a little bit of FR3 and call back and let everybody know how it worked. Cause we've recommended it for people that put large tires on trucks. Cause that's a thing that people do, on pickup trucks. Well, the problem is, the power steering pump wasn't made to handle that much torque, because you got those bigger tires on there. And so it's harder to steer. So we said, start putting a little bit of FR3 in there. Man, we had so many people call back and say, I've got 22-inch tires on, and it steers just as well as it did before. It's like it totally fixed the system. I was looking at putting a bigger pump on it. I was looking at all these different things, and this just fixed it. So I think you'll be really pleased.
Well, I'll definitely try it. Man, this might seem really like a crazy question. Listen, I'm not a big mechanic here or anything, but I've been losing water, and I'm not sure if it's the water pump or the radiator or what. But man, I went to dump some water in that radiator, and shame on me. I should have flushed that thing out more. But man, it's a mess. Anything to stick in a radiator helping things out, or is that just kind of far-fetched?
I don't have anything. We have not dived into that, but there are products on the shelf like radiator flushes that I've used before with good success. They go in, they clean up the calcium and the salts. So when, like on radiators or antifreeze, the regular antifreeze, what happens is after X amount of time in there, they turn into salt, like a salt. That white stuff you see, that's actually like a salt. So you have to flush that out. So I don't even know the names, but if you just go to the automotive or to like AutoZone, you'll see radiator flush. Put that in there. You have to flush water through it a little bit, and then it cleans it all out.
All right.
But that might be something.
Shame on me. I know better. It's been a couple years since I flushed it out, so it's my bad there. But it was a mess, honestly.
Well, I've done that too. It's just one of those things that you don't think about it until you actually see it.
All right. Well, all right, man. I appreciate it, Steve, Chris, Mr. Fixer, the Fixer. I'm going to try that and stick it in there, and I will let everybody know how it works, especially on that power steering fluid.
That's right. All right. Well, Pat, be good to hear from you.
Thank you, sir.
Have a good night. Have a good weekend. We'll chat next week. All right, I got a couple minutes before we get to our bottom of the hour news break. Heat wave, if you can hang in there, we'll get to, is it Matt following that? I want to get to Sylvester because he's paying the international long distance.
Yeah, we don't want that.
Well, Sylvester, what's going on?
The big bickies, as we used to say. Yeah. So look, I'm trying to find my DD214 because I'm going to order some of your products. Now I've got the gasoline extreme. Now in my outboard, is this the one that I should put in the outboard?
It's gasoline, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
I've got a 2-stroke and a 4-stroke.
So yeah, on the 4-stroke, I would put the gasoline extreme. On the 2-stroke, I would. Mm-hmm. It's not. This is kind of off shelf, but I would put some FR3 in there and just put a little bit to see how it goes. But have you tried that?
Okay, so I shouldn't get the LX4.
You could use LX4. That's a lubricity additive. Correct. That's a really, really strong lubricant. Yeah.
Okay, so I probably don't need the 16-ounce one then. I'm doing this right now. As we speak.
Oh, okay.
And I was going over and looking at it, and then I didn't realize that. Of course, I need my DD214 to be able to claim my the military discount. Now, so get the FR3?
You could go with the LX4. That's going to give you a lot of lubricity. I didn't think about that, but yeah, the LX4 would do a great job in the 2-stroke engine. And I think there's even
okay, good.
So there should even tell you on there how much to put in there. But
okay, because that was my next question.
Yeah, it should say how much to put in there, and if not, send me an email at Chris@Lubrication Specialties, and I'll double check it just to make sure. Like the 2-stroke is one of those areas that we've really been working like the last year to try to quantify claims, but we have used LX4 in there, and we've used the FR3, and we've seen like a lot of seat of the pants type effects, like, wow, that's running a lot better. So now we have to get some dynos run and do some other things of that nature to be able to say specifically what you can expect from it.
Now, what should I put into my, like the crankcase of each of Are they the FR3 or what?
If there's not a lot of hours on there, then I would go with FR3. If there's, when it gets higher mileage or higher hours in your case, and I usually switch over to Stiction Eliminator to clean it first and then follow up with FR3 on the next oil change. So just depends on how often it's used.
Yeah, because one of them, my big one is brand new, but I've got a little 3.3 as well that I use on my dinghy, and it's well loved. I'll put it that way. So do a clean out with the Stiction Eliminator, and then the FR3. Correct.
Next oil change. Yeah, so the Stiction Eliminator is going to clean and lubricate while it's in there on the dinghy. And what's unique about what we've done, and I know you probably already know this, but for everybody else that's listening, what we've done with the Stiction Eliminator, which is just different from everybody else in the industry, is there's no solvents in it. We're not like tearing anything up or stripping anything down the surface of the metal inside. What we're doing with the Stiction Eliminator is we're using Group 5 esters and detergents to clean and lubricate. Then there's a nano lubricant to coat everything inside so that it runs better with less friction. So you really do want to leave it in there for the whole oil change. And the FR3 is a good follow-up treatment because it costs right around half as much, and it really does the job at that point that you need it to do.
Okay, one last question. Are you guys going to come out with a spray?
We do have 2 sprays. We have yep, they should be on our website. There's a like a break-free type 1, and again, it's in a synthetic. It's a little bit more money than what's on the market, but it's not like a WD-40. It's actually about 300 times better.
Well,
yeah. So that's as far as rust prevention. So the way it works when they test products like this, they do a salt spray test, and I think you put something on the metal, then you spray it with salt spray for X amount of hours to see when it starts to rust. So it actually has a 300, I think it was 300 times what the WD-40 was able to do. And then we have a spray and stay type of grease that goes on there and stays for an extremely long time. And again, all those products have our esters and the nano lubricants in it.
So the grease, what's the consistency of the grease? Because I'm looking at, I didn't really know you had this. So the spray and stay, are you familiar with the WD-40 spray and stay?
No, I'm not. I know the WD-40 is what we were testing against, but not the spray and stay.
Yeah. I don't even know if we sell it at my work, and it's really good in a variety of applications. Now, I was just wondering with this spray and stay grease, what's the consistency of it? How does it go on? Is it more of the liquid, or then it stays, or is it how is it?
I don't know how to describe it. It is it is liquid. It goes on, and then it thickens. That's a tough question. The description's hard. I mean, I've used it lots of times. And if you're putting an order in, we can send you a can at no charge. You can give us some feedback on how it compares with the WD-40 spray and stay. But it's
well, you can send it to me, Chris. But I am in Australia, right?
Well, if you're putting other things on the order, it won't be that hard to throw an extra can in there. So just put a note on there that I said to do it, and I'll follow up tomorrow with the folks in sales and make sure that they got it done.
Okay, so I'll do that, and I'll put that on. When I do the order, is there a note that I can put on there? I'm not to that phase yet because I still get up on my DD214.
In the memo field where it says, I think there's a place on there, just say, Chris said to send a can of spray and stay. They'll know what to
I'll do that.
Yeah, they'll know. Everybody else is going to do the same thing now. But they'll know. They'll know there's only one order going to Australia.
Okay, yeah, right.
Now, the only thing I got to watch is I'm not sure.
Expect to get an email tomorrow.
Yeah, they'll ask me about it. Hey, did you tell some guy? But the only problem that we might have with that is I know sometimes some things can't go via air. So aerosols might be one of those.
Right,
yeah. I'm just not sure. I know some things we can't ship. FedEx won't let us do that, but we'll know tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Well, look at see if there's anything else I had written down. Nope, that's pretty much it. But look, I just wanted to say thanks for making sure the show stays on. And by looking at the have you guys changed your rates for shipping? Because this is significantly less than the last time I looked.
I don't know.
Last time I was going to order something, it was going to be like $67 shipping, and it was just a couple of items.
We work really closely with FedEx. They are constantly tweaking our rates and trying to help us out. So they very well may have. We talk to them on a weekly basis. Hey, this is what's going on. So they're always trying to help us out in those areas. And international is one of our next frontiers that we're working on. So they may have gone in and negotiated some better rates.
One last question for you, Steve. Is that overnight drive?
That is the code. Yes, simply overnight drive. That's it. And then no .com or none of that. Okay. That's the code to get 10% off. And one more thing for you, Sylvester. I got an email from Spaceman, and he wanted to say to you, what the hell? He puts FR3 on his dinghy and he loves it? I can't believe he said that with a straight face, and Chris told him to keep on doing it.
Got to keep it lubricated, man. That's all I can tell you. All right, guys. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Have a good morning. Thank you, Spaceman. All right. We're a little bit behind for our news break, as we call it, about 8 minutes worth, but we'll get right back in on a Friday morning and back to your calls. Stick around. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden is trying to convince Republicans to vote for his infrastructure and jobs plan during a trip to Louisiana.
When you build better roads or extend the train line over the next town or install reliable high-speed internet, it sparks new life and investment in communities. It gives people hope.
Republicans are showing reluctance at the plan, with the price tag nearing $4 trillion. The president said, though, he is willing to negotiate. Authorities in Rigby, Idaho say that a teacher disarmed a 6th grade girl who shot 2 students and a custodian at her middle school. After the shooting, parents were directed to a nearby high school to pick up their children. Police say they now have the girl in custody and that the injuries are not life-threatening. They say they're investigating a motive and also where she obtained the gun. This is USA Radio News.
Dish TV is better than cable TV. Why? Because you can save 45% on packages compared to your high-priced cable bill. Wow. Take those giant scissors out and cut the cable and save with Dish TV. Plus, you get a free DVR upgrade to record your favorite shows and free installation. And with Dish Anywhere, you can watch TV for free on your mobile device. Act fast. You can save hundreds of dollars. Does your cable company do that for you? I don't think so. Get all the best TV programming at your fingertips at a fraction of the price of cable TV. So say adios, arrivederci, goodbye to the high cable bill and save up to 45% on Dish TV packages today. These are limited time offers and can change at any time. Call fast. 800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. That's 800-610-5739.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Okay, jump back in it here on a Friday morning, and we've got lines available. It's 844-844-3388. All right, thanks for hanging in there. Heat Wave, what's going on this morning?
Oh, not a whole lot there, senor. Yeah, you ought to know, excuse me, you ought to know that, if you got someone else calls in from a long distance like Dean, hey, no problem. Just go ahead and throw him on. I'll wait. I got all the time in the world. Chris, Jacques Semas.
Jacques Semas, that's your term from Czechoslovakia or whatever.
Say that again?
That's Jacques Semas. J-A-K, second word S-E, last word M-A-S. Basically means, how are you?
Oh, what? I always thought it was like Dobre Ocho or Dobre, something like that. It's been 40.
I think that's that what you were saying is, I'm fine, how are you? Basically is what you were trying to say there in Czech. So
I'll work on it. I'll work on it for next time.
I hear you. Hey, I was going to ask you, I had mentioned the last time we talked, I had a snowblower that I got from my in-laws, and I was wondering, how I should approach it as far as putting the FR3 in there. And I think you had told me to put the FR3 in after I put gas in the tank, and I accidentally put it in before, and then added the gas to it. Now, was there what you were saying, or is there a reason for what I thought you said?
No,
to put the FR3 in after the gas.
Usually, I put the gas in first and then the FR3, just a little bit. So anybody else that's listening, because it's such a good cleaner, the FR3, it seems to go in there and just clean up the varnish. It's not made for gas, but it works really well in the gasoline. At least I've used it lots of times and it's helped. Did it work?
Well, it fired up just fine.
Yeah.
So I didn't know. I mean, I didn't know if the FR3 was supposed to be like on top settling down, or if it could be disturbed, with the gasoline getting put in. But yeah, it fired right up. I went ahead and put some in the engine crankcase because it was low, and I figured, well, I better throw some in there as well, because with it not being run for 3+ years, you just never knew if the rings are going to be just a little tight. But no, after the initial pull, on the second pull, it fired up and ran like a champ.
So
I'm really pleased with that.
I'm glad to hear that. I did the exact same thing. My snowblower, I had bought it new probably 3 to 4 years ago when we had a heavy snow. And normally I use a tractor to clear the driveway and everything. And I thought, you know what? It's really cold out here, and I'm just going to get a snowblower and see if it does any better. So I used it that 1 year, one time. And then it sat in the barn for 3 years until this year. And sure enough, it's like, oh man, I didn't think about treating it or anything. I'm pulling on it, wouldn't start. I put a little bit of FR3 in, and boom, there it goes. So it really does a good job. Again, it's those esters. They just clean like crazy.
Yep. So I was really, really impressed. So I can't say enough about that. Now, we've got the Memorial Day coming around. Have you and Steve talked about how y'all are going to work that out? Is you going to pay Steve double to work Memorial Day, or did y'all figure out to get like a guest host in for that one, to fill in for that day?
We have.
Or y'all going to do a?
We have not thought about that yet, or we haven't solved that problem yet, but we have talked about it at LSI headquarters. And I said, one of the things that I want to work on, well, a couple things. First of all, this is the best trucking radio show out there. I mean, anywhere. So I said, we have to get better distribution, and we have to find somebody to start doing weekends and fill in for Steve. So if he wants to go on vacation or something, we can do that instead of just having best of, which, was fine. We could do best of Steve and, get by. But that's hot on our list to get that accomplished.
Okay. Well, I know I'd asked that before, and it was met with a second or two of silence, and it was like, we never thought about that. Well, I'm sure as much as Steve loves getting behind that mic and listening to us jabberjaw, he's probably thinking, I could use a break.
Yeah, he deserves one.
So
also.
Good. I'm glad. Oh yes, the hardest working man in radio.
And we take baby steps. It's baby steps, one step at a time.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, how's the progression to terrestrial radio and eventually to satellite radio? Is that coming along, or is that something that's kind of on the back burner? What's going on with those?
No. It's hot on the front burner. We are putting the infrastructure in place to do that. So we wanted to get the show up and running, get all the bugs worked out, and then the next step was to start approaching other radio stations. So we have a new person starting on Monday who's going to start working on more distribution. One of the things that we'll have to do is tighten up some of the time, and we call them clocks in the radio business, but as you have noticed, everybody's noticed, we can go past the hour by 8 minutes or 2 minutes, which is really nice, doing what we're doing, because it's not nearly as, I don't want to say stressful, because Steve handles it very well, but
we have to get it to the point where you've got that horn that runs over you at the at 29 and 34 seconds.
Yeah.
You got to know that it's a hard break, because you're going to.
So because when we go on terrestrial radio or XM, they're going to have their commercial times. That's how they pay their way. So we'll get half of the commercials and they'll get the other half. So they'll say, we want to advertise our people, and it has to happen at 1:30 exactly. So we'll have to, work around those parameters once that comes. But hopefully by the end of the summer, we'll be there.
Well, good. I'm looking forward to it. So, yeah, I don't know if you was listening or heard the replay from last night, but I tell you what, my partner in crime, I swear, Fly Rod, is being real big on this supposed cicada cookbook. And don't let him try to gouge you for money trying to start up. We're going to bug Big Ed for that since he's the big winner at the casino this past weekend. And Moose, my goodness gracious, he was on the loose last night. I sure hope he's feeling better today. I mean, I agree with what he said. I mean, he just had the passion and the fire to go with it. And there's two names I want to put out there so people understand what he was talking about. Neville Chamberlain and Adolf Hitler. This appeasement nonsense Chamberlain was promoting just fell on deaf ears. Hitler was giving him lip service, and he was saying, and then behind the scenes, Hitler was doing what he was going to do to begin with. Absolute power grab. So, Moose, I hope you're okay out there. Hope you didn't blow a gasket, but I agree with you.
What did I miss? Steve, what did I miss there? I feel like I'm coming in on the backside of a conversation.
Oh, it was, last night on the program, there was discussion in regards to what is the critical race theory being taught in the schools and how it's all marching towards socialism. And I think it was Sylvester that actually had called in and he said, the same thing's going on there in Australia. And I think the last comment was, enjoy your freedom while you have it. To which Big Moose called and he went on an absolute rant about, I've got the same blood running through my veins as they had on the battlefield. He was naming them off one after another, so, they're not going to take my freedom.
I don't know that you can. Well, I just don't know anybody's going to disagree with that. I really feel like that's right. We are marching towards socialism, and something has to change if we're not going to go in that direction. So hopefully next year the election will, change the House, and that'll help.
Yeah.
Yeah, I certainly hope so. But I heard Chevy guy. He was banging on me for being union, saying that he was my personal alarm clock because I was asking him if Eagle had been on. And Steve, I really don't know. Has Eagle been on at all this week? Have you heard anything from him?
I don't think he's been on with us this week. No.
Now I've got a friend of mine who's Dave Martin, riding the wave with Dave. He was asking me if I had heard from Eagle, and I said, I don't remember hearing. Of course, the only time we do hear from Eagle is when he's sawing logs.
Yeah.
But when he's up, he is fired up, and he's got a lot of good points to stress. And I don't know if it's possible. Maybe you can have an air horn whenever Eagle's starting. He's sawing logs.
When I pick up his calls,
just go ahead and give us like a 5-second heads up, and you go ahead and blow that air horn. And maybe that'll get him up to the point where he realizes he was on hold. So, anyways, Eagle, if you're out there, Dave wants you to give him a holler. And so other than that, that's about it. I should have been on the road already, but they didn't call me at 6 o'clock this evening. And it looks like we may not be heading out at midnight tonight either. So I figured I'd stay up, say hey to y'all, and Mother's Day's coming up. Guys, make sure you take care of your wives and your ladies out there. Happy Mother's Day. And for those who are not fortunate enough to have children, you may have been a mother figure to someone out there. So give yourself a pat on the back, and y'all enjoy y'all's day on Sunday. Other than that, senor, we're going to be out of here, and come Monday morning, we'll have stories to tell and jokes to push around, and we'll just have a grand old time. How about that?
Sounds like a plan to me. All right. Well, heat wave, enjoy your weekend. A little time off to some extent, and in some cases, time off that he doesn't really want. It's supposed to be rolling. All right, Matt's been hanging in there. I appreciate your patience. Matt, what's going on this morning?
Hey, Steve. How you doing, Chris?
Doing great. Good morning.
Good morning. Hey, I wanted to talk about a few things, but full disclosure here before we get started, for those of you guys that don't know, my name is Matt Rice, and I actually do a couple things for Hot Shots. I do contract work where I do video and photography work, and I'm directly involved in the motorsports industry. And I'm also a Hot Shots sponsored driver. So before we jump into some of that stuff, I just want to give everybody the 411.
Okay.
Well, thanks for calling in, Matt.
Now, there's a couple. Absolutely. There's a couple things I've been sitting here listening, and specifically one question in general. The guy had asked about, gasoline carbureted engine. Now, I personally run a gasoline carbureted engine. Well, I used to last year anyway. I raced last year's season with what was a literal junkyard 5.3, full of engine grime, full of crap and crud. We threw it together, sprayed some nitrous through it, and went racing all year. And a couple of the things that I used were specifically, I used Stiction Eliminator and the Adrenaline Series race oil. Now, the oil is one part of it, but the Stiction Eliminator, what really amazed and surprised me was that this year I took the valve covers off, and the inside of the valve covers were almost spotless. Now, this is stuff that had literal, tons of miles, high abuse, everything else, and is now spotless because of, what I'm assuming is the Stiction Eliminator. I mean, I'm sure the oil has some part in that, and with the FR3 and everything else. But it really, you guys keep talking, I keep hearing diesel, diesel, diesel. I mean, there's a lot of gas benefit out here with some of the products you guys have.
Absolutely. And we did the same thing as a test 2 years ago, and you just jogged my memory because we had an old car and we pulled the valve covers off, and it was just full of just all kinds of residue and, sludge and things like that. So we put the valve cover back on, changed the oil, put Stiction Eliminator in it, and then it was one of the employees, they drove the car, and then we took the valve cover off, and it's like you said, it was like, looked brand new inside. I forget what happened to the project, but I'll go back and look it up on Monday.
And that's what I don't understand. I mean, I've got some knowledge. I spend a lot of time with Kyle. We're on the road a lot. He's constantly, in my ear, giving me the information, the science behind it. But I don't understand how you take a motor like that that's just full of crap and crud, and where does it all go?
So if you want to think about
it,
this,
just disappears.
So if you think about the way this works, is most of what's in there is going to be, and when I say most, I mean like 99, maybe 98% of it is going to be some sort of hydrocarbon, because you're not like taking the oil cap off and dumping a bunch of dirt in there. So it's really burnt up oil of some sort or another. So what we're doing is we're melting it away, and what the Stiction Eliminator does is it dissolves it. So it's not like you're breaking off flaking paint. It's more like you're dissolving it and making it back into oil, or some sort of oil product. So the filter could take away anything that's solid, and then the rest of it just becomes part of the engine oil. And then on your next oil change, you're getting rid of it. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, because it is like, talking about where do these chunks of, it looks like physical chunks of stuff, and it's, like you said, is dissolved into nothing. It's probably getting caught up in the filter and then, coming out the oil change. But that was one of the things I wanted to touch on. And another part of it too is just motorsports in general. I've been myself racing last year, haven't done too much this year as we're upgrading the car a little bit. But, been around with Kyle to all these diesel events, seeing the motorsports industry, flourish. Like the other products that you guys offer, I feel like don't get enough attention. I use the adrenaline trans fluid, and I do some really, really stupid stuff. Do you know how a trans brake works in the racing transmission?
I do not. I'm like a plant maintenance guy. So full disclosure, I've only been to one race, and I just worked the booth. So I've never even been to one of these races. Give me a.
You haven't even had to fun yet.
No, put me in a coal mine or a glass plant or something like that, and that's where I'm at home. Kyle, this was even before Kyle was Kevin and Brett talked me into NHRDA. NHRDA? Yeah, back, I think, 4 years ago.
Yeah.
And it literally took them 3 meetings. I mean, they brought me in and said, this is what we want to do. I'm like, yeah, we don't want to get into racing. That's not what we do. We're about, truck drivers and this type of thing. Then 2 weeks later, we just want you to look at this again. And finally, the third time, let's just try it. If we could prove ourselves on the racetrack, that proves that this isn't snake oil, that we have a credible product. I'm like, all right, we'll do it for 1 year. And it just ballooned after that. The parts I wasn't looking at were the relationships that we would build up with the racers. It became like the heart and soul of our R&D department. I mean, all of a sudden we had, real-time access to people that were running dynos all the time. It wasn't just, we spend a day, pay for a dyno.
Right.
Now all of a sudden it's, hey, we got this racer, they're going to do a dyno on their engine. Can we, get details from it? So it really developed, the whole racing line developed from that. So it was a really smart move, which really goes to the point that it's better to have smart people working for you than to be smart. Believe me, the people at LSI are much smarter than I am.
I've always heard that. Look, I'm a big business guy. I've always heard that you should always hire people that are smarter than you. So I believe that. But to go back to the talking about how it works and how it's not steak oil. I mean, I've physically seen it. The reason I asked about a trans brake is because in a racing transmission, the way that a trans brake works is it engages first and reverse at the same time. So you press a button and it engages first gear and reverse gear at the same time. This allows you to be dead stopped on the line. You let off the button, and the reaction time is generally much quicker than you would be able to do with, having 1 foot on the brake and 1 foot on the gas. That's the short story. What happens is when you have that trans brake engaged, obviously you're creating extra friction. You're creating extra heat. So a big thing is you don't want to spend a lot of time on the trans brake. Now, I used to do something really stupid where I would spray the nitrous while I was still on the trans brake, which you should not do. All we're doing is just creating extra fluid through the engine, making extra power, pushing it through the converter, and upping that heat. I mean, I did that repeatedly, and never once I've had a problem. The transmission doesn't even have to come out this year. The fluid is still good. Your trans fluid, I'm not gonna lie, it kind of smells weird, like not like in a burnt way. It just got a weird smell, and I don't think it smells too good anyway, fresh out the bottle. But it still smells the same level of not good that it did before when it was fresh out the bottle. So, in the motorsports industry, I think we're making leaps and bounds here because this product is allowing me to do really stupid stuff with my car, and my car survived.
I've heard stories like that via Kyle and Kevin. Kevin Adams, our Vice President of Research and Development, for those that don't know. But, I mean, they've told me about some of the racers like...
Yep, I was just with them at Rudy's.
Yep. Go ahead. I've heard that they've gone like the whole season and pulled the engine apart and looked brand new inside. Like they just couldn't believe it. Normally they're ready to just totally rebuild everything because they're just shot, by the end of a race season. So I think what you're saying is accurate. I've heard that story, through them a lot.
Yeah. I mean, what my question is, what do you think that, an average racer would benefit from using your gasoline line of products? Because I've seen it myself, but I want to hear what you've got to say. An average guy races his hot rod on the weekend, Stiction Eliminator, FR3, even up to the adrenaline line from some of the more serious guys. I mean, what are some of the benefits that these racers could get from using the product?
Well, first off, you're going to get a lot more power because we're reducing the amount of friction inside there, but also the wear. So I know from the laboratory tests, with the Stiction Eliminator, we've been able to get about a 62% reduction in wear. And on the FR3, we're using half as much FR3 in the treatment, and it's about 50% less wear. So, when you're doing something with a hot rod, you're basically shortening the life of the engine because you're driving it so hard. So if we can, eliminate some of that, it's definitely going to help. And I believe that we do that. I mean, just reduced wear, more power. The oil itself holds up longer if you're using the racing oils. They're just made to do that because they're full PAO synthetic oils. And you touched on something earlier that I just want to mention. These products, not necessarily diesel extreme, but like the Stiction Eliminator, the FR3, are for gas also. We're still a fairly small company, so a lot of it has to do with how much marketing bandwidth you have. So we have to, I mean, honestly, it takes almost all we've got just to keep all the marketing going forward, for the truck stops, for the AutoZones, the O'Reillys, for our dealers, for the web. So it's, we do have we do want to break into the gasoline market, but it's a whole different marketing spiel, if you will. The messaging, everything has to be turned.
Right, a way to approach it.
Yeah, we've known this for years. We just haven't had the bandwidth to do it. I mean, there's so many questions that come up. Should it be Stiction Eliminator, or should we come up with a different name for it for gas, because people are going to associate that with diesel? And it's an ongoing, not debate, but discussion. And as you know, Matt, I mean, things just come at us at 90 miles an hour, week over week over week.
They do.
I mean, hey, there's an opportunity to have an overnight show. Can we have that up and running in 30 days? It's like, everybody's working. So it's definitely something we should do. But all those products, and as earlier one of the callers mentioned, spray lubes. I mean, we have spray lubes, we have gear oils, engine oils. I mean, everything, and we're trying to complete the product line in terms of gasoline passenger car oils. So we want to have the whole line done, hopefully by the end of this year. But there's a lot available on the website. There's a lot available through Hot Shot Secret dealers. If you look on our website, you can put in your zip code and find a dealer near you. They have more products available to them than retailers do. Just again, so if those of you that don't know, retail places are only going to put on the shelf the things that move quickly and move in high volume. Some of those things will never be a retail item. So they're just not made to be that way, but we still want to do it because we're driven by, coming up with the solutions and solving the problems. And really it's the customers that we're trying to serve, not the retail market. It's, okay, here's something we can affect change on, so let's do it. So what you're saying is right. We just haven't put together the right messaging and the rest of the story to go along with it.
Absolutely. Well, look, I really appreciate the time, guys. Just one more thing before I leave. You just mentioned the spray and stay. For the guy that called earlier and asked, it comes out of the can as a thick liquid, and within a couple seconds, it will solidify to almost like a white lithium grease looking blob there. And then that's when it's stuck. So it comes out as a liquid and then solidifies into a nice grease there. Also wanted to shout out the Party on the Mountain No Prep is happening, sponsored by Hot Shot Secret, the small tire class. Hercules from Memphis Street Outlaws is going to be there. That's going to be Memorial Day weekend at English Mountain Raceway in Tennessee. I just wanted to drop that out there for listeners. If you got anybody in Tennessee looking for something to do Memorial Day weekend.
Good deal. I know that I think this weekend Kyle is off, and he tells me that he's got, I think, 6 consecutive weekends in a row that they'll be out there. I think the next one is actually Indianapolis, the diesel drags in Indy. That's in our show notes. We'll give you more on that. Thank you so much for the call there. And we get our news update here.
Thanks, Matt.
It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive rolling into a Friday. And we've got lines available as well. Jump on in here. What's going on? It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Hardly ever get to these notes.
During a trip to Louisiana, President Biden spoke to Republicans about his infrastructure and jobs plan.
It's all about making a choice between giving tax breaks to super wealthy and to corporations and investing in working families. We build a country. I look at this as what I'm talking about is giving essentially tax breaks to hard-working, middle-class, and working people.
The president said he's calling on top earners to pay their fair share in taxes. Republicans said the plan is too pricey, with the total nearly $4 trillion. The president said he's willing to negotiate. Authorities in Rigby, Idaho say a teacher disarmed a 6th grade girl who shot 2 students and a custodian at her middle school. The girl is now in custody. Officials say the injuries are not believed to be life-threatening. This is USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
When I first switched over, because I stopped taking the other supplements I was taking and switched over all the way to Balance of Nature, I really noticed a huge difference. It was amazing. Like better sleep, better attention, better energy. It was just really, really great.
Balance of Nature is now offering 35% off on any new preferred order. Go to balanceofnature.com today and use discount code USA.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
President Biden is calling for new investments in spending for electric vehicle infrastructure. Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm told a congressional panel the incentives to bring down the initial cost of sale will increase consumer demand.
Those electric vehicles will surpass the internal combustion engine by 2030 because people save $600 a year just in not having to gas up.
Granholm does say charging stations and equipment must be more available. She is also facing many questions about her own stock in the electric vehicle company Proterra. It was promoted by President Biden during a virtual tour last month. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed a controversial new law that state Republicans say increases election security. Opponents say it's just another bill designed to make it harder for millions of people to participate in the voting process. The Republican governor signed the bill during a political rally in West Palm Beach. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
People across the country are taking time for the National Day of Prayer. USA Radio's John Clemens reports.
This National Day of Prayer comes at a time when countless Americans are concerned about the dangerous change in direction we're witnessing. It was former President Donald Trump who reminded us of the words of Dr. Billy Graham that prayer is the key that opens to us the treasures of God's mercies and His blessings. Mr. Trump went on that prayer has always been at the center of American life because America is a nation of believers. From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
England and France are disputing fishing rights off the coast of France. USA Radio's Lance Pry has more.
A maritime standoff between British and France is unfolding as Navy ships from the two countries converge in the waters off the coast island of Jersey, where dozens of French fishermen's boats threatened to block a port. It all started when England left the European Union. Prime Minister Boris Johnson dispatched 2 British Navy ships as a precautionary measure. On Thursday, France deployed 2 naval patrol vessels near Jersey, about 14 miles off the French coast in the English Channel, to ensure safety of navigation as well as the safeguard of human life at sea. Fishing was one of the sorest subjects when Britain negotiated its new trade deal with the European Union, which went into effect in January. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
where we leave off there. Back at it as we roll on to the late night, early morning hours of Friday coming on. Let me see here. Racing action. Looks like the next big diesel event coming up May 21, 22, and 23. So the ultimate call-out challenge and what they call the ODSS, the Outlaw Diesel Super Series event in Indianapolis, Indiana. Big event. UCC brings together the best competitors in North America. They battle it out, competing in a drag race, sled pull, and dyno competition. After the 3 days and the 3 events, the scores are all calculated to find out who's the 2021 UCC champion. Find the S10 racing during the ODSS portion of the drag race with many other sponsored drivers and the best diesel drag racers from all around the country. So that's the Hot Shot Secret Fire Punk Diesel S10 he's talking about there. They'll be running in Indianapolis.
Correct, and that's the one that broke the world record. So I did go. That's the only race I've ever gone to, and that was probably 3 years ago. And I was amazed at how many people showed up. And it's 3 days, like you just said. When they do the dyno, I'm thinking to myself, who wants to go and watch somebody do a dyno? Like, how exciting can that be? But holy smokes, it's really cool. It's hard to believe that they could take a 300 horsepower Cummins engine and they could get 3,000 plus horsepower out of it. So that's what everybody's there to see. It's like, who was able to take the diesel engine and modify it enough to get the most horsepower? That's one of the events. And it's really interesting to see all the things they do and how hard these guys work. The first day you'll see them, blow an engine, and they're out there at 6 o'clock at night in the field, like in a parking lot type area, and they're taking the engine out and putting a new engine in, and there's 40 people around watching them. I mean, they just go 24 hours a day. It's really interesting and cool.
Actually trying to rebuild an engine, or
they'll take it out and put a new one in.
Is that right?
But they'll do it like in front of everybody. So there's booths. They'll have booths from all the different people that supply diesel equipment, diesel products. So it's almost like a trade show. And then in the arena, they're running races. They're doing speed. They're doing power. And then at the end of the time, at the end of 3 days, they add up the points, like you said, and whoever has the most points wins. And that's usually been Fire Punk.
Okay. Well, speaking of Fire Punk, this weekend, catch the Hot Shot Secret Fire Punk Diesel S10 Mother's Day morning, 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, Motor Trend TV. And that's the Truck U guys. You get a close-up look at the S10 that you'll be able to see in person if you go to Indianapolis. They'll be talking about, just like Matt was talking about a few minutes ago, the adrenaline racing oil, which is infused with the FR3, keeping the truck running at the top of the game. World's fastest diesel, breaking the world record. And this year, they first ever diesel in the 8th mile to get under the 4-second mark.
Yeah, and again, I'm not a racer, but what's really cool about that is that truck went faster than a dragster. So than a diesel dragster. And if you look at the diesel dragster, it's made to go faster, but to take a pickup truck and do that, it's crazy the things they can do.
So the diesel guys and the dragsters are probably kind of almost like a little bit embarrassed about the S10, aren't they?
I would say so. They're starting to race against gas engines now, and the diesels are beating the gas engines. So it's really turning the industry on its ear, because nobody ever expected that. Everybody thinks of a diesel engine as being lots of power and slow, and here these guys are going up against gas engines and winning. So it's exciting.
That's pretty incredible. Hey, before we get back to the calls, I got a quick one from the email bag, which is from David, who says, Steve, I just wanted to give Chris a testimonial. The last time Chris was on with you, I heard him say how they had done a sort of impromptu test on a small engine that was running rough from the carb, having varnish in it from the cheap gas nowadays. Well, I've got a Honda push mower that has an automatic choke that I've been having issues with. After you started to mow for a few minutes, it acted like the choke was on. It would start running rough. I'd have to stop and keep revving it up until it cleared out, and then it would run fine. So I took just a capful of the FR3, put it in the gas, and the last couple times I've mowed, it has not had the issues. seems to run a little smoother to boot. I've also got a snowblower that has a very rough idle. I'm going to try that same trick, and I'll report back the next time Chris is on with you. Been a Hot Shots user for a few years now. I would recommend it to everyone. Thank you, Chris, for the great products, and of course, bringing back the king of overnight radio. Okay, my head is swelling.
I like it.
Okay, who's next up here? Would that be the Grump? I believe it is. What do you say, Grump?
What's happening, fellas?
Hey there.
How you doing there?
Good.
Hey, Chris, I wouldn't worry too much about filling in for Steve, getting somebody to do that. All you got to do is set a cooler full of that damn Skull Buster beer beside his chair. He'll never get up. He'll sit there until just as long as it's there, he'll sit there. Hey, buddy, I got to tell you, man, you got to save my bacon here back in January, man. I blew the tip off of an injector. And I've been, these Detroits, they run nasty as can be anyway. I mean, they're puffing and smoking and carrying on anyway. But, and I've always had built up engines, they're kind of hot engines. But I've ran your Diesel Extreme, and I cannot say enough about your anti-gels. I think they're the best on the dang market, and that's just, and I'm not somebody easy to please, buddy, by a long shot, but, I have always felt comfortable, didn't care where I went. If I got that stuff in the side box, I'm good to go, so I can dope them tanks up, but yeah, I blew the tip off an injector, but I've always run that Diesel Extreme, and it kept the soot down, man. That injector, when the tip come off, I pulled the injector out, but we, got the scope and stuck it down in the cylinder there, kind of looking around, and it was clean as a whistle down there anyways. What surprised me was it seemed like it had some moisture or something like that. I had a head gasket blowing, and we replaced the head, and we put the old injectors back in, and it popped one of the injectors. I think there was a little moisture still in the system, something. But anyway, it made it to number 5 injector and just blew the tip right off of it. I got pictures of it. You wouldn't believe it. But it went through the exhaust valve, and the only way I knew it, it made it all the way through was it messed up a fin on a turbo, which is, believe me, buddy, that's a far cry better than cracking a piston, for the tip of that injector. But it was, it was amazing, man. It just, everything in there was just clean as a whistle. But, I can't say enough about your products, brother. I mean, they work, and it's just fantastic that you got old Steve sitting there in the chair talking about them. He's been with us a long time, or we've been with him. I don't know, man. I think it's, I don't remember, trucking out here so much that and talking to Steve over the years. I think, God, it's been years. I mean, probably 20 years or so, isn't it, Steve, since we've been shooting the breeze?
Well, essentially,
I would imagine.
I took over full time as host back in 2004. But of course, I was working 3 days a week for several years before that. I was, we kind of splitting the duties, and since 1996, I've been at least picking up the phone, answering the phones.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I've been calling you, sending you emails and stuff, since computers and everything come up. But it was. I remember sitting around with one of the old phones at the truck stops, and on the weekend. But it's been years, man. It's been quite the ride, and I like I said, I can't say enough. But I got to ask you, Chris. You said the company's relatively still small and everything. Have you thought about taking it public or anything?
No, we've had a lot of people want to invest, give us money, buy in, and the reason I've not gone that direction is, first of all, I'm not that familiar with it in terms of my comfort level. But the second thing is we're like a big family at LSI, and it makes me really nervous if somebody were looking over my shoulder saying, well, you can't do this, you can't do that. So some of the projects we work on don't have like a huge financial gain. So my fear would be if I'm beholden to shareholders, it becomes about profits. So like, let's just say you gave us $100,000 and all of a sudden we're doing a project that's not going to give you the return you want. You have the right to say, hey, you shouldn't be doing that. Here's some other projects that will pay off more. So I've always been nervous about the direction that other people would take the company. And I really do want to keep it where it's at, which is a family atmosphere. We all look out for each other. We all try to help each other out, but we're extremely passionate about solving problems and staying focused on problem-specific solutions. And I really don't want to lose that. And I'm afraid I would if I became a public company.
I think you're right. I think it's, you're in a good place right now, and it's just, you got some people that really, really, appreciate the products that you have out on the market. And, that's what I look for every time I'm in a truck stop. If I, need something that, it's going to have, Hot Shot Secret on it, or it's not going in my truck. It's just the way it is. We play around with a lot of different things. There's all kinds of products out here, but there's very few that are effective and work the way yours does. That's just a fact. And, I certainly appreciate it. Like I said, you saved me an engine. That just, I've had some products in this truck that, especially in Detroit, man, it'll carbon up the engine. And, if that tip on that injector hadn't, if this engine hadn't been so clean, it would have stuck somewhere, in a valve or, in an exhaust valve or something. But, it made it all the way through the turbo. And that was, that was just going out the exhaust. I was just, I thought, the lesser of all of it, it still cost me $700 for a turbo, but that was a far cry better than, having a,
engine rebuild.
Put a piston and a liner in.
Right.
But, I appreciate it, man. I really do. And, I was always wondering about that. I didn't know if if it was public or what. I deal in stocks, and I thought, well, hell, I'll definitely invest in it if it is. It's save me that kind of money. But we're man, it's a crapshoot anymore with these engines, and it's good to see somebody's got some products out that's actually doing some good for a lot of even these newer engines. And it's I don't know what companies, why companies don't look at the Diesel Extreme and stuff like that and just, understand that, hey, that stuff, that it works. That's just all there is to it.
Yeah.
But, I've written a lot of things over the years, and stuff, and, for different venues, I've written, for, magazines and things like that. And I like, trying these products, and stuff. And when when you first started up, it was, just the Hot Shot Secret alone, the diesel or the stiction remover. Now that was, like I said, that was something that, running Detroits I've had before. I've had, injectors fouling and hell, when I was running to Alaska, I couldn't tell you how much I stuffed in these side boxes, just in case I had injectors in there, everything, you break down on the side of the road, it might be, a day or so before anybody gets to you, if you're up on that Alcan highway somewhere, up in the Yukon or something like that. So, I carried extra turbos and everything like that, man. And I'm not kidding you, buddy. I religiously use that stiction remover. It, you want to keep things moving and keep stuff clean. And if owner operators are out there listening, you better, jump on it. That's just, and I'm not, like I said, I'm not somebody that's easy to please, and I don't promote people's products or anything, but I'll damn sure promote yours. It's amazing products, man. I sure appreciate it.
Well,
but that's about it for me tonight, Steve.
Good to hear from you, Grump. Thanks so much.
Hey, buddy. You too. We'll see y'all later.
He mentioned our winter anti-gel, diesel winter anti-gel we call DWAG. And back in 2014, we had people wanting us to introduce anti-gel. Like, what can we do? And that is a large market. It's probably the anti-gel market is more than all the other additives put together because there's so much of it used. And I said, no, not. There's so many anti-gels out there. So I kept telling Kevin, I said, until we have something that is leaps and bounds better than everything else out there, then I really don't want to be just another come along product. Like, hey, we have that also. So he went to town. I am not exaggerating. He spent 2 to 3 years. We tried so many different formulas. It's kind of funny. We had diesel fuel freezing. We have a freezer in the laboratory that we freeze, diesel fuel to see what's working, what's not. Well, we had so many going that he started putting it in the cafeteria freezer. So you go in there to get some out of the freezer, there's diesel fuel in there. It's like, Kevin, we got to stop this. But we finally came up with something that was, it was leaps and bounds better. So most of the products we were testing, like the top rate products, were bringing the fuel down to about minus 35, minus 40 degrees before it would gel up. We were down to minus 60, and we still weren't gelled up. So that's when he brought it to me. He goes, I could guarantee you this is a lot better than anything else you'll find on the shelf. So that's, when we came out with it. But it took a long time. We held off. Same way with the Gasoline Extreme. There was a lot of pressure to come out with a gasoline additive. And I just kept saying, no, not until we have something that is truly unique and better than everything else out there. Because, again, we don't want just another, product like everybody else's. It's got to be unique. It's got to solve a problem, or it's got to be 2 to 3 times better than everything else out there. And that's what we did.
Best you can buy.
Exactly. Yep.
Hey, Larry. Yes, sir. What's going on?
Yes, sir. I think I lost the connection before when we were talking, but wanted to throw out something. I don't know if you've opened up my email yet, but I sent out my Inspirational Friday.
It's before me here, yes.
It's kind of cutesy today.
Okay.
And anyway, if show it to Chris, and if Chris kind of likes the format, send me his email address, and I'll include him on the distribution. Chris's Inspirational Friday is something that I kind of tagged after my daughter created something at her work called Motivational Monday. And so I thought it was a good idea, but I didn't want to copy it. So I created my own Inspirational Friday. Every Friday, I try to publish something that is mind-provoking and kind of makes you think about stuff, and always positive, never, ever, ever negative. So if you look at the one that it's out for today, if you like the concept of it, have Steve send me your email address. I'll include you on the distribution.
Okay. That sounds great.
Another thing. Yeah, to me, Chris, it's bathroom reading, if you will. Our industry creates something called Safety Monday. And every place I've ever worked, Rumpke, Waste Connections, Waste Pro, and here at Ecotech, in the bathroom, in front of the urinals, think about it when you go to a truck stop. You have these little posters that they put out, these ads all the time. Well, I change that 3 times a week. On Monday, I put Safety Monday. Wednesday, I put something that's kind of typical to the market or to the area. And on Friday, I put in Inspirational Friday. And it gets everybody in the building. Typically, I get emails from them. Or my distribution right now is about 350 people outside of my company. So it's just something I enjoy doing and keeping positive.
Sounds like something we can use today. Go ahead and send it to me. My email address is chris@lubricationspecialties.com. It's not a hard code to break.
Wait a minute. I'm old. I got to write slow. Chris at
lubricationspecialties.com. That's the name of our company. Hotshot Secret is actually our brand name. Originally, Hotshot Secret was Stiction Eliminator. That was our first product. It was called Hotshot Secret. And then as we started growing, marketing person said, hey, this is really a better name for a brand than it is, just for a product. So he changed it to Hotshot Secret. That's where we came up with the Powered by Science, and we started naming the products after that.
That's pretty cool. And another thing I want to share with you, if you look over to your left, you're going to see a challenge coin over there that does not have my name on it, but it has some information that I kind of coined my own challenge coins. And if you don't know the history of challenge coins, I gave Steve also a letter that kind of gives you a little background of the challenge coin. But at the end of the day, I give this coin out when somebody exceeds expectation or when somebody needs kind of a lift. Case in point, I happen to be at a Kroger store. I live in the Louisville market, but I come to Cincinnati at least once a month. And I was in Harrison, Ohio, and I saw this guy walking through the parking lot, and all of a sudden he stopped. and he was sobbing. I could see he was crying. And then I noticed that he grabbed his chest. So being a former firefighter and EMT, I went up to see if he needed any assistance. And he held his hand up to caution me. And he said, I have PTSD. It's really, really bad. Blah, blah, blah. So I spent some time talking to him. And when I found out, his issue with PTSD and everything else, and I have a military background as well, I gave him a challenge coin and we prayed together for a minute. And you would have thought that I gave this guy the sunshine. I gave him a new lease. My point being is that Hotshot Secrets can create a challenge coin that says who they are, what they're about, and share it in a similar fashion when it's appropriate. And this little coin, which at the end of the day, and I told Steve, when I order 100 of them, it costs me $3.35. You give a $3.35 coin to somebody and make a difference in their life for one reason or another. And it can be a big deal. And Steve, if you have that letter still, show it to Chris. And if he's interested in the coins, I can give you the distributor that I've been using for 20 years. And the beauty of them is that they do not charge you for the draft mock-ups. Now, you have to pay for the mold, but I've seen people that's had 4, 5, 6 draft markups before they actually finalize the coin that they want. So just a little tidbit of information.
I like it. Sounds like a great idea.
I'll go over there and I'll pull that coin. He went over to look at I got that whole collection there, Larry. You've seen them there, and most of them are from when my son was in Afghanistan and whatnot. I got a bunch of Trump coins, of course, but and so I'll pull that one up and show it to him.
Sounds great. I'm in the office now, kind of looking at the show on my bigger monitor instead of my little phone, and having a good time with it. And by the way, Chris, I sent Steve some information of a motor vehicle repair facility here in southern Indiana. And as I was listening to the show, there is a guy named Joe Sugar in northern Ohio, up in the Cuyahoga region, who has 2 large diesel shops. I'm going to send Steve his information for Joe Sugar, that you guys can reach out to him, because he has a lot of fleet services that he does. And these are 2 major diesel repair facilities up in the Cuyahoga area.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
And you can always, if you want to send the info, you can send it straight to Chris at that email, chris@hotshotsecret.com. Chris@lubricationspecialties.com.
And it's written down here in front of me because I'm old and I forget it. So on with the show, gentlemen. I'm enjoying it as always.
Thank you so much. Good to hear from you, Larry. Have a great weekend. And I'm looking here. It's just a little, an email that he sends out. He calls it Inspirational Friday. And this week, he said, what do you want on your tombstone? Oh, then he's got a little picture of Tombstone Pizza there. He says, I was asked this question in 2001 while I was at church. So I started thinking, extra cheese, pepperoni, everything. He said, he's being lighthearted there. The real question is, then he's got a photograph of an actual tombstone in a cemetery. When that day comes, how do you want to be remembered? To which his quote was, one who cares. Mm-hmm. One who cares. Larry Stone. So that's just little things to make you think is what he does on Fridays. He sends me these. You've been sending these to me for a couple months now since I've been on my new gig. All right. So, we're so far behind on our break. I mean, I don't know. How did we get here? It's
always fun.
It's 844-844-3388. Back in a moment. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden is trying to convince Republicans to vote for his infrastructure and jobs plan during a trip to Louisiana.
When you build better roads or extend the train line over the next town or install reliable high-speed internet, it sparks new life and investment in communities. It gives people hope.
Republicans are showing reluctance at the plan, with the price tag nearing $4 trillion. The president said, though, he is willing to negotiate. Authorities in Rigby, Idaho say that a teacher disarmed a 6th grade girl who shot 2 students and a custodian at her middle school. After the shooting, parents were directed to a nearby high school to pick up their children. Police say they now have the girl in custody and that the injuries are not life-threatening. They say they're investigating a motive and also where she obtained the gun. This is USA Radio News.
I owed the IRS $10,000. The IRS garnished my wages. They put a lien on my house. The IRS is the most powerful collection agency in the world. They do not give up until you pay.
I couldn't sleep. We were being audited. I called Tax Solutions Now, and a great big weight was lifted off my shoulders.
I called Tax Solutions Now, and they got the IRS off my back.
Tax Solutions Now had my wage garnishment lifted in 48 hours.
Tax Solutions Now can get you help. Our agents know the rules, can stop the pain, and get you the best deal. We connect you with a team of former IRS agents and tax professionals who will get the IRS off your back.
We saved our home and overcame the most powerful collection agency in the world.
Call Tax Solutions now. Time is running out. Call 800-987-0577. 800-987-0577. 800-987-0577. 800-987-0577.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Right on schedule. Yeah, right. Technically, we'll be like our top of the hour update in about 13 minutes. Yeah, gradually we got 5 minutes behind and 8 minutes behind. Hey, we're on a roll. But you know what? That's like you said. The good thing is we're not on a, per se, set schedule at this point in time. Hey, but you do have some lines available if you'd like to jump on board here. It's 844-3388. I wanted to punch over here. I did get Kyle forwarded an email to me here a little bit ago. And that was also in relation to our some of our racing folks out there. And it's actually a message from Brian Check. Brian Check down in Texas, I believe it is. Texas or Louisiana, one of the two, which we had the chance to interview him as he was heading to a racing event. He's the one with Battle Scarred Motorsports.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
You know, Battle Scarred, formerly USMC Racing. All right, he said, Battle Scarred Motorsports has had some incredible things happen recently. First, we had our second event of 2021 at NOLA Motorsports Park in New Orleans at the end of last month. Huge success. We were racing with 4 cars, 20 drivers, and another 20 or so on the crew. Great people, great food, incredible time for sure. Couple that with 4 Crown Victorias donated from the Escambia County Sheriff's Office a few weeks ago. Then a couple weeks ago, we had a running/driving 1988 C4 Corvette donated. So we're looking good with cars for sure. Looking ahead, we have some significant obstacles, namely turning those vehicles into endurance race cars. Stripped down, safety cages built, race seats, belts installed, fire suppression systems for all these vehicles. However, this is my favorite part. One of those Crown Vics will be headed to AMS Vans in Tucker, Georgia, who builds custom cars and trucks for disabled people. We're sending it there to get hand controls installed to get military and first responders who've either lost their legs or use of them behind the wheel, racing this car in our events. So I'm so excited about that, mainly because we already have 4 drivers lined up to race in that car. I wanted to thank Hot Shot Secret and in particular Chris Gabrelcik for once again going above and beyond to help us out. Hot Shot Secret already supplies all of our fluids for the entire team, from all the diesel oils and additives for our tow rigs, the adrenaline racing oils for all of our race cars. Well, last week I reached out to Chris to update him on what was going on here at Battle Scarred Motorsports. And with the addition of more race cars, Chris asked if there's anything we needed. And without hesitation, Chris stepped up with a generous $6,000 donation to cover the cost of outfitting our new hand-controlled race car with cooled racing suits, which is essential for those who have lost their legs or the use of them to be able to drive our cars. I simply cannot thank Chris and Hot Shot Secret enough for their unwavering support of our mission. What an amazing company. So a big thank you from Battle Scarred Motorsports. And Brian's a pretty cool guy. Yeah, he was.
Yes, he is.
He was he just hit the road when he called in the program like 4 a.m. that morning.
Mm-hmm.
And he had the wife, and I don't know how many children he has, but he had when you got a car full of kids, you could hear a little chitter chatter in the background, but really cool.
We can all relate to that, so that's cool.
Yes, sir. Let me see here. Is it Eric? I believe.
It's Eric.
Good morning, Eric. What's going on?
Hey, good morning, Steve. Good morning, Chris.
Morning.
Morning.
Hey, I got a testimony for you, Chris. I did an oil change in a 2011 Hyundai Santa Fe with a 3.5 liter about a couple weekends ago, and my wife and I were on a way to Knoxville, Tennessee for a funeral. But the sunny side of this is the car was rated at it said like about almost 300 miles on a tank of gas. We drove from Knoxville, Tennessee, all the way to Dayton, Ohio, and then my wife drove the car about 2 more days after the fill-up down in Knoxville and put 402 miles on a tank of gas with your FR3.
That's really cool. That's cool. Yep.
I mean, my brother-in-law, who owns a shop, could not believe that little bottle of FR3 can do that big of an impact. And I think he might be using it in his race car. He races up here in Dayton, Ohio, and Shady Bowl. I don't know if you're familiar with those tracks up here, but I think I turned him on to your Hot Shot Secret to run into the race cars.
Well, thank you very much for that. Hopefully he'll see some great results also. But I hear that a lot. And I, it's funny that not most people, a lot of times people tell me the same thing. I can't believe that little 8-ounce bottle will do that much. But if you think about it, I mean, you're changing, you're coating everything with nanocarbons. You're putting esters in there. You're putting a lot of punch in that.
Yeah. Well, I tell you, I was a big fan of your competitor's product, and then I was like, I'm going to give it a chance. I'm going to try it, see what happens. And brother, you sold me on it. I'm a customer for life.
Well, good to hear that. Tell everybody you know. I was in Florida a couple months ago. It must have been March, right? And there was a landscape guy. They had a Chevy Avalanche that they were pulling a trailer with, and for mowers, and they had a lot of landscaping going on in Florida. So he mentioned to me that he was burning a quart of oil per week in the Chevy Avalanche, and he says, "Do you have anything for that?" And I says, "Well, maybe." I said, "Try this." I gave him some FR3 and some gasoline extreme, and I said, a lot of times you get carbon deposits on the rings, and then they don't move in and out anymore, and it allows oil to blow by. And I said, there's a pretty good chance that this will clean up those carbon deposits on the oil side, and the gasoline extreme will clean them up on the combustion side. So we're in May now, and I happened to see him last week, and he said, "Just wanted you to know, we have not put any oil in that car since we put that in there." He said, he says religiously we had to put a quart of oil in every week, and he said we haven't put any in since. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, I just want to give you my little testimony there, Chris and Steve. As Big Moose would say, keep it between a spot and a solid. Come on.
10-10 till we do it again. I think that's the way he wraps it up, right?
Okay.
All right. Well, speaking of the Big Moose, he just said, "Hey, bud, what's the latest on the Hot Shot Secret grease for the grease guns, and any thoughts on the pre-assembly lube, and when will the gun oil be available again?"
Oh, those are all good questions. So when I was in the office last, they had grease, all different kinds of greases, and they were testing everything. So I would expect probably 2 to 3 months, we'll have the grease thing figured out. Again, it has to be leaps and bounds better than everything else out there. So they're trying their best to come up with the best grease that money can buy. The gun oil, the problem there is the bottles. Believe it or not, we're having problems getting bottles everywhere. I mean, all of our bottles. We're running out. As a matter of fact, I think we're almost out of the EDT bottles. We're getting some in on Tuesday, but I mean, it's been shortage after shortage after shortage. So as soon as we can get a bottle to put it in, we'll have it back out. It's just tough right now. Supply and demand is just strange. I've never seen the market quite like this. I mean, caps, bottles, labels we haven't had a problem with, but lubricants, additives, base oils, everything is so far behind. Things that we used to order 2 to 3 weeks ahead of time, we're on 6-month waiting list.
Wow. Is that because like the manufacturing facilities shut down or whatever? Or
everybody just says it's because of COVID. They don't really go into a lot of detailed explanation, but I mean, it's literally become almost a full-time job trying to keep raw materials coming into the plant. It is a full-time job for several people now. And, it's creating all kinds of problems for us, not that I'm complaining, but when you have to order 6 months ahead of time, now all of a sudden your inventory swells. Where do you put all this stuff? So we're renting space at other warehouses, just to make sure that we have enough product on hand to keep up with demand. So as soon as we can come up with a bottle, we will announce it and let everybody know.
Okay. And I'm looking at some of the comments here. I guess Dean Sylvester tried to order a bit ago, and he said, but it wouldn't take his card. Then a little bit further down, it says, I had to use PayPal, but it's done.
Okay.
So
I'll check on it in the morning.
Is that because some all from Australia? Is that an issue maybe with the credit card things or whatever?
Yeah, the hard part about the credit card thing is it goes through a third-party verification. So we don't actually have that part of the software, and it's really quirky. I mean, it's like that with all websites, but one of the things I learned once we started doing this kind of thing, this would have been 10 years ago, we can't keep any credit card information on file. We can't keep any of that in our computer because it's a whole higher level of security. So it's all done through another company that handles all that for us. Everybody has to do that for the most part. So we basically have to live by their rules. And if they're having problems, then we have problems.
All righty. So let me see here. It's 844-3388. You were asking, you're talking off the air about before the show. I said, hey, we gotta get the cruise thing going again. And I said, Chris, they're not cruising yet. And he said, they're not? I said, no. So, just this week, the CDC gave some new guidelines. So this is where they stand. Cruise lines can soon begin trial voyages with volunteer passengers helping to test whether the ships can safely sail during a pandemic. The CDC gave ship operators final technical guidelines Wednesday for these trial runs. That's the next step toward resuming cruises. Spokesperson for the cruise industry trade group said that they're reviewing the instructions. That each practice cruise will run anywhere from 2 to 7 days. They have to find enough passengers, aka volunteers, to meet at least 10% of the ship's capacity. Volunteers must be 18 or older and either fully vaccinated or free of medical conditions that would put them at a high risk for a severe COVID-19. So it doesn't sound like they're saying you have to be vaccinated, can't have any comorbidities, obesity, diabetes.
Steve, it sounds like we could have a cruise for free. Maybe we should call one of them and say, hey, we got however many people, and we'll give you your 10% capacity.
Lastly, the ship operator must tell passengers you are simulating untested safety measures and that sailing during a pandemic is an inherently risky activity.
I don't even know that the CDC really has the authority to do that. That seems really strange to me. I know that one of the federal judges just overturned the eviction law that they had put in the CDC. Did you read about that?
I knew that, the CDC was trying to say you can't kick somebody out.
They did say that last year. They said you can't kick anybody out of the house.
And they kept extending it, yeah.
And they extended. Well, a federal judge said you don't really have the authority to do that. So I wonder, folks like this will start a chain reaction and say, well, basically, who are you to say that we can't have a cruise? I mean, I don't really think they have that authority. I think they took it and everybody went along with it, but I don't know that that's a real thing.
Interesting. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know that they're going to allow, like couples to volunteer kind of thing. Because, me and my wife could say, well, yeah, we'll take a free cruise. I don't know if they're going to be, will they have like the casino open and all the fun things that you would normally have? Since it's just going to be a simulation kind of thing.
I think we should find out. Sign us up.
All righty. So what do you say? Well, we'll get caught up here. It's the top of the hour. And we're crossing over the midnight hour on the West Coast, 3:01 Eastern Time. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden is trying to convince Republicans to vote for his infrastructure and jobs plan during a trip to Louisiana.
When you build better roads or extend the train line over the next town or install reliable high-speed internet, it sparks new life and investment in communities. It gives people hope.
Republicans are showing reluctance at the plan, with the price tag nearing $4 trillion. The president said, though, he is willing to negotiate. Authorities in Rigby, Idaho say that a teacher disarmed a 6th grade girl who shot 2 students and a custodian at her middle school. After the shooting, parents were directed to a nearby high school to pick up their children. Police say they now have the girl in custody and that the injuries are not life-threatening. They say they're investigating a motive and also where she obtained the gun. This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow Premium Pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
Lawmakers in South Carolina have voted to allow execution by firing squad. USA Radio's Tim Berg has the story.
South Carolina is one step closer to bringing back the firing squad. House lawmakers voted to pass a bill Wednesday that'll allow firing squads, and the state's governor says he'll sign it. The new bill means death row inmates will get to choose between being shot or electrocuted if lethal injection drugs are not available. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Foreign ministers from the Group of 7 countries urged North Korea to completely denuclearize and to return to negotiations following a meeting of the diplomats in London. The statement also called on North Korea to rejoin the Non-Proliferation Treaty, which it withdrew from in 2003. Earlier this week, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken called on North Korea to come back to the negotiation table. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
Twitter suspended a new account created to share statements from former President Trump, saying it violated the social media company's policy on banned users. The new account, DJT Desk, appeared on Twitter this week, apparently trying to get around the network's permanent ban on Trump in the wake of the January 6th attack at the U.S. Capitol. According to the biography on the account, posts copied from Save America on behalf of the 45th POTUS, originally composed by Donald Trump, would be shared. But the account wasn't directly run by the former president. A Twitter representative told NBC they'll take enforcement actions on accounts whose apparent intent is to replace or promote content that was suspended. The Twitter account included posts from the new website, From the Desk of Donald J. Trump. The site doesn't provide any way for users to respond or interact with Trump's posts, but it does include the option to share his statements on Twitter and Facebook. It also encourages people to sign up for Trump's Save America Joint Fundraising Committee. Twitter's removal of the new account came one day after the Facebook Oversight Board ruled to continue its ban on former President Trump, which also came in response to the Capitol attack. The ban also goes for Instagram, which is owned by Facebook. Facebook says it will review him again in 6 months. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Okay, back at it here on a Friday morning. Good to have you with us. It's 844-844-3388. And one of the industry headlines I was looking at from CDL Life this past day, a driver encountered an unusual roadblock on a dark Texas highway early yesterday morning. Unexpectedly hitting a 300-pound alligator in the middle of the roadway. Oops. The driver suffered minor injuries after hitting the 10-foot 3-inch gator on the Grand Parkway in East Montgomery County, Texas. Crash happened as the driver was traveling eastbound on the highway at 3:15 in the morning. The alligator did not survive the impact. The vehicle was severely damaged, adding to the list of things not commonly seen while on patrol in Montgomery County. A motor vehicle crashing into a 10-foot alligator, according to the sheriff. They did share photos of the alligator, loaded on the back of a trailer being hauled away. Down in Florida, you ever come across those gators out there on the roadway or anything?
I've not seen one on the roadway. I have seen them at some of the parks, just sitting on the edge of the bank, sunning themselves, but nothing dangerous, but not nearly as much as I thought it would.
Yeah, okay. How about the golf course? Are you a golfer?
I'm not.
I'm going
to learn one of these days.
I always see these pictures that show up, the golfers that are out there, and their ball is right next to an alligator. It's like, all right, do you go up and hit that, or you take a mulligan, or what?
I think I take a mulligan.
That's it. Let's go. Move along. Hello, Chevy Guy. He's had some experience with alligators here and there, haven't you?
Well, good morning.
Yeah.
Copy? Hello?
You've had experience with alligators a time or two, haven't you?
Oh, yeah. I'll probably see her down here. Yeah, at night, it's sort of worrisome because she stays out of sight, because she's hunting. During the day, she likes to sun herself right there by the truck scales. She's come in the field here in Charleston, South Carolina, because we've got idiot drivers who like to feed the alligator, throw their chicken out. So a fed alligator is a dead alligator. And, I love it. I mean, we need to change our flag here in South Carolina. The choice between Sparky the chair or a firing squad. Now there's a choice for you never want to get off. That's pretty cool. I guess because you can't get the drugs to kill people. What I want to talk about is fuel. All right, FR3. That's cool. I mean, face it. I put gas in my car. Oh, by the way, talk to Moose sometime. It's an amazing creature. He's an amazing creature himself. I'm telling you. I mean, he's telling me about his cars. I love old cars. He's just telling me about all these cars, and he didn't ask. I'm glad he did, because I'd have to turn around and tell him, I drive a Ford Fiesta. I mean, it's so embarrassing. But I'm telling you, if we lose all and go to nothing but electric vehicles, I guarantee you one thing. If all that Moose can get his hands on will be electric, it will be the fastest moving piece of electric equipment you ever saw. I mean, he's one high-tech, high-octane redneck, that's for sure. But what I'm getting at is I put gas in my Fiesta last March. And it's just now getting close to the red line where I got to put gas in it. When I warmed it up not too long ago, you can smell like the gas is turning into like that turpentine or whatever. It has that nasty smell to it. Now, I mean, do you have something that you can use for where your gasoline's sitting there all the time, just like the oil FR3 coats that motor? It's that I mean, it's like I do know I put like stable in my in my vehicle. Do you have something that competes with the stable?
What we did,
sir.
Yeah, sure. What we did was we put a product like Stabil. It's a gasoline stabilizer built into the Gasoline Extreme. So if you use the Gasoline Extreme, not only will it clean up that varnishy smell, that turpentine smell that you're talking about, which I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yes,
the Gasoline Extreme will clean that up, and it'll keep the next load of gasoline from going south for 1 year. If it's going to be more than a year, then we would use like an RV product because it's got a little bit more of that stabilizer.
Yeah, RV. Yeah, because I mean I like to run the gas out of it and fill it up. I use the mid-grade, the higher octane. They said just use regular, but I put the mid-grade in it to try to keep the firepower up in it. So I could use that to do the job. That sounds good. Yeah. Hey, listen, I sleep on a mattress pad. I sleep on pillows and sheets. My wife do too, from the My Pillow guy. And I use people that I feel I support people that I believe are good people. I love hearing about your company and how you're faithful, what you did for Steve and the rest of the drivers. I'd like to know if there'd be a way you could make it so we can order business cards, and then us drivers could pass them out. I mean, good Lord, you talk about heat wave. He leaves over there in Albuquerque, where Bugs Bunny was always trying to find that place, Albuquerque. And he leaves out of there, he goes all over the West. I mean, just dropping a card here and there in terminals and in restaurants. They've got me to run the South Carolina area. I mean, just if we can obtain these cards and get your name and the radio show out, and it'd be a soft sell. But, buddy, I'm telling you, who would know and how many of us would even think about the fact that we knew that they took the lead out of gasoline that injured it took the lubrication ability out of the old Chevy or the old engines in the 50s and the 60s. But I never give it much thought about the lead the sulfur being took out of the engine, also damaging its ability for lubrication. So you're best. I mean, I'll tell you what, you've educated us there. I guess you'd be a hydraulic engineer. One of them things. Who would even think that they'd be selling you diesel fuel that would be harmful for your engine? I guess we're all ignorant to what we're buying out here. But other than that, I want to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the show, Tim Boy.
All right. Thank you much there, Chevy Guy. Have a good morning and have a good weekend, seeing as we are into a Friday here. All right. We've got a listening friend who says, I'm a beginner. I've got a third-generation Cummins. Chris, what's the products and steps I should buy and take to start the Hot Shot Secret process in my pickup? Thanks in advance.
Oh, that's congratulations on the third-generation Cummins. I would put the stiction eliminator in the engine for the next oil change, leave out the appropriate amount, which I believe would be a quart, 32 ounces, but you have to check just to make sure because I'm not 100% sure about how much oil it holds. Then I would use Diesel Extreme in the fuel. So this is what we call our two-sided clean. So we're cleaning up the oil side of the engine and the fuel side. When you use both of those products, that engine should look and feel just like a new engine when you're done. And from that point on, the next oil change, we would put FR3 in with your oil change or use one of our Hot Shot Secret engine oils. That's always a better bet too. And then use the everyday diesel treatment because you only need about 2 ounces of EDT per tank, and that'll keep it clean, keep it running right. It'll also give you better fuel economy and lubricate your pumps. The last caller, what he was talking about is the amount of lubricity that's been taken out of the diesel fuel, which most of the listeners know, that when they took the sulfur out, it just created all kinds of havoc. And, sulfur is a lubricant. It's also an antioxidant. So what happened to the diesel fuel is it started oxidizing faster and it didn't lubricate the pumps as well. So we started losing injector pumps, and it's, caused a lot of issues. To fix that, we've got our everyday diesel treatment, which will, it also has an antioxidant in it, but it also adds enough lubricity to bring it right back up to where it was when we had regular high sulfur fuel. If you just want lubricity, we have a product called LX4, and it's just concentrated lubricity additive. So some people choose to go that way. Generally, like racers will use that, but also people that just want the lubricity additive. So it does a really, really good job, like 3 to 4 times better than anything else you can buy. And if you go to our website and look, we have the test, we have the results. It'll kind of give you a better, more in-depth explanation. I could do that also, but I don't know how far to go into it. It's one of those things where I don't want to turn everybody off. It's like, man, I wish that guy would quit droning on about lubricity.
All right, let me see what's going on with Philip this morning down in the Sunshine State.
Good morning, Chris and Steve. How y'all doing?
Good.
Y'all doing okay?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Chris, I got a question. Have you ever worked with blended oils?
Yes, all the time.
Are they worth dealing with, or is it better just to buy the full, simulated stuff?
So when you're saying blended oils, you mean like a semi-synthetic, or what do you?
Yeah, like the conventional blended oils, where they mix conventional with synthetic. Are those worth even dealing with?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it just depends on all right, let me back up and just give you a little bit of background. So we have, most engine oils are going to be group 2. If it's just a regular off-the-shelf oil, it's going to be a group 2, which is going to have an oxidation point of around 2,000 hours. Your group 3, which would be your synthetic that you'd buy off the shelf, is going to oxidize at about 4,000 to 5,000 hours. And then a full PAO synthetic, like the ones we sell, are going to be good to about 40 to 50,000 hours. So what you're going to gain is longer life, better lubricity at startup because the molecules are getting progressively smaller. So if you're talking about a blended, like a semi-synthetic oil, your startup should be a little bit smoother. You should get a little bit longer life out of the oil, and you should get a little bit better fuel economy. It just really depends on what your maintenance habits are. So if you said, I change my oil religiously at 15,000 miles, then probably your standard conventional 1540 is going to be fine. If you like to stretch it to 20 to 25, a semi-synthetic is probably going to, do that. And then if you said, hey, I want the best of the best and I want to go 50,000 miles between oil changes, then a PAO synthetic would be the way to go. Does that?
Well, I've got a Chevy Trailblazer. It's got that inline 6 in it. And I'm just using conventional in it. That's what it's pretty much had in it for. It's got like 167,000 on it. I'm wanting to convert it over. I was thinking about going to full synthetic with it, but then I got to looking at this blended oil, which is conventional and synthetic mixed together. And I was thinking about putting it on that. And that's why I asked the question about it. And then also in my Honda, I'm running full synthetic. It's 020, but I got a friend that just bought a Camaro and it has an LS1 in it and they're running 040. Now, are they going to get into like a 050 or anything higher than that? Or is it just stop at like 40 or 30?
I honestly don't think you can make a 050. So 50 would be when the engine's really hot. They're saying it would act like a 50 weight. So I've never heard of an oil that could go to that range, 0 all the way to 50. 040s we have, 030s, 05s, 08s. But that's a pretty wide span to go 050. Not saying it couldn't be done. It's just I've never heard of anybody doing it.
Well, it just interested me that they did that. I know I've seen most of the import stuff, a lot of like my Hondas, a lot of them are running the 020. And I've seen that, but I haven't seen the 030. And I know isn't some of the American car makers, they're working back into the zero technology too, right?
Correct. So this is what's going on. The tighter the engine is, the closer the surface is. Like on a Honda, if you have anything thicker than a 20 weight, it's going to starve different areas of the engine, so it's not going to get the oil that it needs. So they're going real light. Generally speaking, the car manufacturers want to use the lightest oil that they possibly can because it gets better fuel economy. If you could just imagine like trying to run through a swimming pool, eventually you get what's called fluid friction. It actually slows down what you're trying to accomplish. But on the same time, the hotter the engine gets or the more pressures that you get or the higher torque. So like on the LS1, they probably want the film strength of a thicker oil. So the film strength of a 40 weight is twice as much as the film strength of a 20 weight. If you can imagine, it's called hydrodynamic lubrication, but if you can imagine like a jet ski taking off in a lake, the faster it goes, the more it starts to pull up off the water. So the same thing happens inside the engine with the bearings. The faster it goes, the more the bearing pulls away and it allows more lubrication underneath it. But it's directly connected to how thick the oil is. So if you have too thin of an oil, you have surfaces rubbing in there. And if it's too thick, then you're slowing it down. So that's why you're seeing a 0W40. That engine probably has, some tight spaces, but there's a lot of load on the bearing. So they need a 40 weight oil to cover that. On the Honda, they've engineered it so that a 20 weight is thick enough to cover it. Does that make sense?
Okay, I really appreciate it. Yes, sir, it does. And I've got quite a few friends that have businesses that are going through the same woes that you're going through with raw material. I've heard a lot of different things about containers. I mean, I've even heard people can't even get mason jars now because they're behind so far. People trying to find those to can stuff and everything. And it's getting crazy out there. And it seems like to me that you are right. They are trying to blame everything on COVID. But I think a lot of it is they just can't keep up for the demand, like you said earlier. So, but I appreciate you, Chris, and I appreciate you, Steve, and thanks, bud. Y'all have a good one.
Thank you. Always good to hear from you, Philip. Thank you for checking in. That's pretty wild. Now, speaking of shortages, you've probably been hearing that gasoline may be in short supply, not because there's not enough of it, because they don't have enough drivers to get all the gas demand where it needs to be. I came across this story this past day, and I thought that can't be for real. It can't be. There's no way. But it's a legit story because it's from a Texas, not Channel 9 ABC, from Fox 13, and company called Sisu Energy, SISU Energy. Imagine making $14,000 a week. A week. That's what one Texas-based company is offering because of the nationwide truck driver shortage. $14,000 a week? That's nearly $750,000 in a year. What the?
Yeah, that's for truck driving?
When the pandemic hit, many truckers left the industry. There wasn't as much product to haul. The rates for products like gasoline tumbled. Now that demand is back up, with fewer truckers to haul the products like gasoline, a massive shortage is looming. And it's not just going to be gasoline, according to the CEO of Sisu Energy. It's not just going to be the wood. It's going to be all of our retail goods, clothing, food, toilet paper, you name it. And it's not just going to be this summer. It's going to be well beyond that. That's the narrative that you're hearing, he says. He's talking could be 2 to 4 years this could go on. All right, they go into the number of drivers needed. That's why Sisu Energy is offering experienced drivers $14,000 a week. That's just over $60,000 a month. In a year, you're talking close to $750,000. But you've got to have experience. Insurance companies will not insure you if you're not at least 25 years of age, if you don't have at least 2 years of experience. So if you're like a new driver coming out, these opportunities do not exist for you. Sisu Energy has job opportunities available in South Texas. Like I said, I didn't hardly believe when I first saw. I said, is that a typo? But no, yeah, here's Fox 13, 15 hours ago. Company offering $14,000 a week for truck drivers. WTFR. Company offering truck drivers $14,000 a week. It's, I don't know, you'd have drivers flocking to South Texas.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. I mean, you would think that they would have more drivers than they can handle within 2 days. I'm sure all your listeners are going to be down there applying for a job here.
I'm sure there's going to be some doing a quick Google search on where do I find it? Sisu Energy. What the hell? It's no doubt about it. Yeah. Hey, let's take one more call before we hit our bottom of the hour news break, the short news break. And Bob, I believe, wants to talk about the transmission shift restore. Is that right?
Correct.
Yes. Good morning, man.
Hi, Bob.
And that's quite a it's quite an article there about Sisu Energy. If I wasn't so old, I might think about moving.
No kidding.
Anyway, Chris, I wanted I guess I wanted some advice as to servicing transmissions. I have a 98 Chevy pickup. I got an 05 Saab and an 05 Buick LaCrosse. And basically, as far as I know, as long as I've had the cars, never had the transmission serviced. And I've always heard that, after a certain amount of time, if you've never really, changed the fluids, you might be better off actually not changing them. And, I did purchase a bottle of your TSC, and now I think it's actually a different name. It has different letters involved with it. But I wanted to see what you would suggest I should do with these transmissions as far as servicing them.
How many miles are on them?
Between around 110. The Saab has 140. The Buick and the Chevy pickup, they both have about 110. I wanted to, I was thinking, should I, drain some of the fluid, as much fluid out of it as I could, and add new fluid and some of the TSE, or just add, drain a little bit and add some TSE, because I think you have to, is it correct? You have to drain some to put the TSE in?
You don't have to drain any to put the TSE in, because the sump is so large in there. I mean, there's so much transmission fluid in the pan and the transmission and in the torque converter that even if you put in I think it's 32 ounces, it doesn't even hardly show up. I have heard the same thing you have heard my whole life, that once you get over 100,000 miles, don't change the transmission fluid because it'll end up having problems. I am not a mechanic. I do mechanical work, but maybe one of the listeners can give us some good advice there. I honestly don't know. I don't know. I mean, my being an oil guy, I always think get the oil out of there, get good oil in. There's a better chance of success. But I've been told that so many times, like you, that I don't really know what the right answer to that is. I know if you put the TSC in, it won't affect. I mean, it won't hurt anything if you put it in there. It'll clean up the inside. And back in the 90s, we used to put a product like that in there before we changed the fluid, just to kind of clean it up, and then put the fluid in and then put it in on top, because we do know that it cleans up any of the, we call it stiction, but any of the varnish and the stuff that's built up inside. So it's good to use either way. Whether you change it or not, I would put the TSC in, or the shift restores, what they call it now. It's them marketing guys, man. You got to watch them. But I would still put that in. Now, as far as changing it, hopefully we could get somebody that really, transmission specialist that could tell us what the right answer is.
Right. Okay. Well, then that maybe what I'll do is I'll just add the one bottle of the TSC, or whatever the new name is, would be able to go in without draining anything out.
Correct. That's correct. And we've done that hundreds of times with no failures. Nobody's ever said there's been a problem. I mean, we've tested it that way. You should be able to put in the right amount. I can't remember if it's 16 ounces or not. I'll pull it up on the website here and see. But you should be able to put it in there and notice a difference on the shifting. And then, if you decide to change the fluid, it's just going to help you anyway. It's going to give you a cleaner surface inside.
Sure. Now, just one other question. Now, the FR3, is that strictly for the oil, or can it go in the gasoline?
You could put it in the gasoline. We did mileage tests on the FR3 and the gasoline, and we didn't see any gains. Earlier in the show, we were talking about using it in small engines to kind of clean up the inside of, carburetors and snow blowers and lawnmowers and things. So we have used it that way. We have used it in two-stroke, like chainsaws and things, to get more power. But as far as like all the tests that we did, putting it in a gas engine and doing mileage tests, we didn't see any gains. It won't hurt anything. It's just I don't know that it helps that much. We do have a product called Gasoline Extreme that does, indeed clean up, and it does give you better fuel economy.
Okay. And what? Oh, okay. Yes, I've used that, and I intend to get more because I had good results with that. But I had heard earlier, and it seemed to help it. So
yeah.
It can be used minimally in the gasoline, also the FR3.
Yep. Yes, you can. It goes in there, and basically the esters are what we call polar, which means they're kind of like magnetic to the metal surface. So it is an oil molecule. So it wants to go in there and get right to the metal surface. So anything that's in its way kind of gets pushed off. So that's kind of how it works as far as the varnish and things. It goes right underneath it and pries it away and melts it down. So it's a really good product for that. And if you think about, like an old snowblower or just a snowblower that's been sitting for a while, it does have that layer of varnish in there. Now, I've never compared FR3 with Gasoline Extreme to see which one works better or anything like that. It was more of a hands-on test. It's like, hey, let's see if this works, and it worked. So I know it does. I just don't know how much or anything else to prescribe beyond that.
Sure. Well, I must say I'm very impressed with your knowledge of your product, and I thank you for everything, and for having Steve on. And not that I was just thinking, if you needed a fill-in on the weekend, I actually would put my vote in for Dave Martin. He did a completely different show than Steve, but overall, I thought he was pretty good. So anyway, that's it. Thank you for all the info.
Thank you very much, Bob. You have a great night and a good weekend. And hey, for Gary that's still hanging in there, the Carolina Ghost Rider, it's that time of the morning. I did get some good news this past day. Josh, as I said, been working with the folks that handle this software. starting next week, we believe we'll no longer have that 4-hour time limit. So we have to do a phone reset. So that's why we, if you want to just, hang up, give it about 3 minutes and dial us back up. And anybody else that wants to jump on board, because there's plenty of lines available, give it a couple minutes and I'll reset the phones and we'll come back and get back with you here on a Friday morning. Sound good? It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden is trying to convince Republicans to vote for his infrastructure and jobs plan during a trip to Louisiana.
When you build better roads or extend the train line over the next town or install reliable high-speed internet, it sparks new life and investment in communities. It gives people hope.
Republicans are showing reluctance at the plan, with the price tag nearing $4 trillion. The president said, though, he is willing to negotiate. Authorities in Rigby, Idaho say that a teacher disarmed a 6th grade girl who shot 2 students and a custodian at her middle school. After the shooting, parents were directed to a nearby high school to pick up their children. Police say they now have the girl in custody and that the injuries are not life-threatening. They say they're investigating a motive and also where she obtained the gun. This is USA Radio News.
I owed the IRS $10,000.
The IRS garnished my wages.
They put a lien on my house. The IRS is the most powerful collection agency in the world. They do not give up until you pay.
I couldn't sleep. We were being audited. I called Tax Solutions Now, and a great big weight was lifted off my shoulders.
I called Tax Solutions Now, and they got the IRS off my back.
Tax Solutions Now had my wage garnishment lifted in 48 hours.
Tax Solutions Now can get you help. Our agents know the rules, can stop the pain, and get you the best deal. We connect you with a team of former IRS agents and tax professionals who will get the IRS off your back.
We saved our home and overcame the most powerful collection agency in the world.
Call Tax Solutions now. Time is running out. Call 800-987-0577. 800-987-0577. 800-987-0577. 800-987-0577.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do.
Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented cool gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All righty, back at it here as we roll on into the early hours of a Friday. Getting ready for the weekend, Mother's Day weekend coming on. Took a couple of attempts there, but we got it logged in. I know Carolina Ghost Rider, I bet you tried to dial in about 4 times there, didn't you? Morning, Ghost Rider.
Yeah, I got in, and then it kicked out, and then it did it several times, and then so I went back on the app, and then I heard it say, "You have successfully." I said, "Well, he finally got it."
Exactly. Yep, that's it.
Everybody keeps talking about a fill-in. I tell you who I think do a good job is old Grump.
There you go.
Pretty smart fella.
I don't know. We might have a lawsuit on the first weekend with that.
It'd be fun, though. The shifter store, Chris. All right. I've got a 08 F-150. Bought it used, and it got to where it would have like a, I guess you call it a hesitation. You'd be driving down the road, and it would you'd feel it stumble just a little bit. Mm-hmm. And I put the shifter store in there and was paying attention to it. I thought, you know what? It's not doing it anymore. And ever since I bought the truck, at 55 miles an hour, it's had a vibration. I mean, no matter, you get to 55, you'd feel the truck shake. And so I'm driving one day, and I look, and I'm running dead on 55, and I'm not feeling any vibration. And I thought, okay, now either this was a coincidence or, this shifter store has done something to get rid of the shake. Any ideas?
The only place you put it was in the transmission, correct?
Correct. I've gone through the set of tires that was on it originally. When I first got the vehicle, it had a set of tires on it and had a vibration at 55. They switched the tires, it still had the vibration. The deal on the, it was a good enough deal on the truck. I said, well, I don't care. I just want, like the song says, I can't drive 55. So because if I went above it, it was fine. If I was below it, it was fine. I put a new set of tires on it since, and still the same thing, but it just seemed really odd.
Yeah.
Very happy, but just seemed really odd.
Well, I just, I've not heard that, but I'm just thinking this through, which this is good insight. Thanks for letting us know about this. But I wonder if something in the transmission was like a little bit out of balance at 55. Like one of the little parts was hung up and then the shifter store cleaned it or lubricated it enough so that it was able to move so that it wasn't causing an imbalance. So maybe that was like centrifugal force inside the transmission that was causing the vibration.
Yeah, it was definitely interesting to me because, like I said, I wasn't looking for it, but I just happened to notice it. And the thing of it is, that was a new factory rebuilt transmission from Ford. It was put in there before I ever got it, and obviously didn't think it would have anything to do with that.
Yeah,
I just felt like it was probably something in the drivetrain, after the transmission.
Right. No, my first thought would have been the tires, but since the shifter store made it go away, I just wonder if something was hung up in there and you got it loose by putting the shifter store in. That's good.
Yeah.
I'll keep my eye out for that.
I thought it was an interesting result, and I just wanted to share it with you.
Well, thank you. That's good.
Yep. All right. As always, enjoy the show, and everybody else has said it. I will too. Thanks for getting Steve back out here, and y'all have a great night.
Hey, thank you for checking in this morning, Carolina Ghost Rider. There you go. All right. I got an email from Shaky talking about that high-paying job. He said, I was listening to one of my talk show hosts, Dana Lash, that I listen to a lot on WIBC. The CEO from that energy company was on there doing an interview with her about a month ago. And that's what he was saying. His top earners are making $13,000 to $15,000 per week hauling sand and other things for the fracking industry. That's incredible. And I know there was a time when Doc Holliday was, remember when he was up in Pennsylvania for years hauling the sand, him and Sugar Bear. And that's before the first collapse in the fracking sector, and all these businesses started going under. Their pay plummeted. They actually got out of that line of work. But I didn't realize the fracking sector was going gangbusters right now. Or is it just the fact they can't find any drivers in that field right now? All right, who's next up here? Let me get up to, I know he was holding on here, and I think we talked to Gary earlier in Tennessee. He was also a lot of transmission issues tonight.
That seems to be the trend.
Morning, Gary. Welcome back.
Well, good morning. The last caller before this guy answered a lot of my questions. I was wondering, I went on the website and looked at the shift restore, and he was talking about it's best used when you put new fluid in. And I've heard the same thing about not changing the fluid. I think there's 130,000 miles on this Lincoln. And I was just thinking about adding it. And I think there's about 9 quarts of oil in it. And it says for 16, it's up, I think the 16 ounces is good up to 9 quarts or 10 quarts or something like that. So just add it to it without changing it would probably be all right.
Correct. That's what I would do. And that's
okay.
Yeah, put the 16 ounces in there and then see what the effects are. Hopefully somebody can call and tell us why you can't change transmission fluid, because I've heard that story before, but I don't remember it. So it'd be good to know.
Yeah, I've heard the same thing, that you mess up. There's a lot of metal shavings inside the transmission, and when you try to drain it or do something, it does something that stirs it all up and can cause more problems. That's what I've heard. I mean, I just turned 66 years young, And the other thing, I did use some of the oil in my Toyota, and the oil additive. And I was just wondering, is there something else that I could add to get better mileage? Because I'm only getting about 18 miles to the gallon on my Toyota, and I get a little better on the expressway, but I guess maybe that's as good as it's going to get.
Toyota pickup truck?
It's a Toyota Highlander.
Yeah. Did you try the gasoline extreme?
No, I haven't.
So I would try the gasoline extreme. You put the FR3 in, so I'd say the two of them together, you should pick up probably another 3% to 5%. I've seen results as high as 10%, which that'd be like a full mile per gallon with the gasoline extreme.
Wow.
Yeah, you could try it.
Right, when I order that, I'll order the gasoline extreme as well. So I appreciate your show and appreciate Steve.
Yeah, let us know how it works.
I will. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you much. There you go. Have a great morning. Hey, see Rick. Rick, friend, he called in for the first time the other night. Yeah, Rick, I just emailed your number to Kyle probably between 11 and midnight this past evening. So, yeah, you'll get your code probably later today. Kyle will take care of that. But my bad, I neglected to email your number to him, Wednesday morning and Thursday morning. So, yeah, but it's done. All right, let's see what's... don't hit the wrong button there. Don't drop his call. Hello, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back there to the king of all overnight media and the fixer.
There we go.
Hey, that sounds pretty good, doesn't it?
You like that?
The king of all overnight media. Boy, is that swelling the head or what? But anyways, the stiction eliminator, when you're saying putting this in, and, I got a Suburban that has 160,000 miles on it. So you're saying to put it in, it'll start cleaning up. Now, should I do anything with filters? Should I, because doing like a 3,000 mile oil change normally, with that working on cleaning in there, should I spin a filter off and put a fresh one on like every 1,000 miles, or should I just let it run? And because these filters aren't very big on, it's got the 5.3 in it, or I guess that's the old 305, V8 gas engine.
Right.
So,
no,
I didn't know if you should change the filter more often, and for what's getting put into the filter.
You do not need to. So if you put the stiction eliminator in there and just leave it in there for the 3,000 miles, it'll clean it up. And what's happening is it's going to dissolve any of the solids that are in there and make it clean as brand new. So you would not need to change the filter. You're not going to capture any dirt. So the filter should be picking up things that are, we call it silica or silicon, but it's, basically sand type of particles or metal shavings. But we wouldn't be creating any more of those. We'd just basically be dissolving any of the solids, the hydrocarbons that are left behind. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah, no, that does. So, but yeah, and the other thing I've always heard is that a filter works its best when it's actually the dirtiest, and you're about ready to change it because it's it's got so much more to get through it. It actually holds more out. But anyways, I guess that's about what we got going for you. And again, thanks for being there. And I don't know if Steve told you or not. I put in my ticket there to try to be the overnight fill-in guy there, or maybe a weekend or vacation guy, but we got a lot of crickets on the air after that, so I guess that's not going to work.
All right.
And if I put in my vote for anybody, there'd be an old producer that Steve used to work with and spend many truck shows with him, and he's got the initials CP, and I'll go that far with it, but I think he knows who I mean, and if he's interested, then that would be who I'd be guessing for.
All right.
Anyways, very, very good. And we'll talk to you later there, and we'll look forward to hearing from you next month. And I'll give a report on the truck convoy because, hey, that's happening Sunday.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, speaking of the truck convoy Sunday, dude, you're going to be in it, aren't you? Are you going to get to participate in it, like actually drive in it, or no?
Yep. Yep. I actually have to work on getting my old truck out and fired up and get it up there. I got a few extra Hot Shot Secret stickers to put on it, so we'll get those put on the toolboxes.
Excellent.
But I will be in it, and I wish I had a banner or something, but I hope Kyle got some stuff out there. I heard he was supposed to get some product and stuff out to Make-A-Wish, so hopefully all that got there. And so, but we'll be looking forward to that, and I guess we'll report back to you Monday on how all that went.
All right, we'll look forward to it. That's what I was going to say. We'll keep our fingers crossed that we don't have a rainy day there in the east on Sunday. Yeah, it sounds kind of like the rain may hold off till like later in the day. You might get lucky and get your convoy in before the rain dumps on you. I got an email from Pappy. You talked to Pappy earlier, and he said, oddly enough, he said, I was just curious, did the fixer get that coin? If it got lost in the shuffle, let me know. I'll get you another one.
It did not get lost in the shuffle. I did get it, and thank you very much.
That's a pretty cool one, too.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it's very cool.
All right, what do we got here? I got about 2 minutes before top of the hour break, and then we're going to roll into our final hour on a Friday morning. So Ranger Jack, hang in there. And I think it's the Mercury Man, I believe it is. And several lines available at 844-844-3388. Since you've been so out of touch with what's going on around the world, you probably are not aware that an incredibly large piece of space junk is about to collide with our planet this weekend. Let's see. China, last Thursday, a week ago yesterday, China launched what they call a long Mach 5B rocket. This is a large rocket. They took their first piece of China's new space station into orbit. The launch was successful, but the aftermath has created some cause for concern. The core stage of the rocket that did all the heavy lifting to get the station into space, they've kind of lost control. This will be one of the largest pieces of space junk to ever make an uncontrolled reentry. A mass of around 21 metric tons. I guess that's pretty decent size.
Well, I need to get out my I Survived the Skylab t-shirt.
And the worst part is it's not clear where it's going to fall back to the Earth. All right. Right now, Space Command says it will likely re-enter the atmosphere around May the 8th. That's Saturday. The exact entry point can't be pinpointed until literally a matter of hours before re-entry. Most of the rocket should burn up as it plunges through the atmosphere, but it is possible some of those pieces may reach the surface. How much of it actually makes it to the ground is up in the air, but the greater odds always in this big blue ball is that it'll fall into the ocean somewhere, right? That's an overwhelming majority of the planet is.
Would they be financially liable if it hits an office building or something?
Good question. Who's going to sue China?
I don't know.
All right. We got a final hour just ahead. We'll return in a moment. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden is trying to convince Republicans to vote for his infrastructure and jobs plan during a trip to Louisiana.
When you build better roads or extend the train line over the next town or install reliable high-speed internet, it sparks new life and investment in communities. It gives people hope.
Republicans are showing reluctance at the plan, with the price tag nearing $4 trillion. The president said, though, he is willing to negotiate. Authorities in Rigby, Idaho say that a teacher disarmed a 6th grade girl who shot 2 students and a custodian at her middle school. After the shooting, parents were directed to a nearby high school to pick up their children. Police say they now have the girl in custody and that the injuries are not life-threatening. They say they're investigating a motive and also where she obtained the gun. This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow Premium Pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
Lawmakers in South Carolina have voted to allow execution by firing squad. USA Radio's Tim Berg has the story.
South Carolina is one step closer to bringing back the firing squad. House lawmakers voted to pass a bill Wednesday that'll allow firing squads, and the state's governor says he'll sign it. The new bill means death row inmates will get to choose between being shot or electrocuted if lethal injection drugs are not available. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Foreign ministers from the Group of 7 countries urged North Korea to completely denuclearize and to return to negotiations following a meeting of the diplomats in London. The statement also called on North Korea to rejoin the Non-Proliferation Treaty, which it withdrew from in 2003. Earlier this week, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken called on North Korea to come back to the negotiation table. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
Twitter suspended a new account created to share statements from former President Trump, saying it violated the social media company's policy on banned users. The new account, DJT Desk, appeared on Twitter this week, apparently trying to get around the network's permanent ban on Trump in the wake of the January 6th attack at the U.S. Capitol. According to the biography on the account, posts copied from Save America on behalf of the 45th POTUS, originally composed by Donald Trump, would be shared. But the account wasn't directly run by the former president. A Twitter representative told NBC they'll take enforcement actions on accounts whose apparent intent is to replace or promote content that was suspended. The Twitter account included posts from the new website, From the Desk of Donald J. Trump. The site doesn't provide any way for users to respond or interact with Trump's posts, but it does include the option to share his statements on Twitter and Facebook. It also encourages people to sign up for Trump's Save America joint fundraising committee. Twitter's removal of the new account came one day after the Facebook Oversight Board ruled to continue its ban on former President Trump, which also came in response to the Capitol attack. The ban also goes for Instagram, which is owned by Facebook. Facebook says it will review him again in 6 months. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, can you believe it? Hey, Chris, we're down to our final hour here on a Friday morning. First Friday in the month of May, which would be the 7th day of May, by the way. Do anything big for Cinco de Mayo?
we tried to go to a Mexican restaurant, but it was an hour wait.
I bet they were, a big margarita day, right?
Oh, yeah. So we ended up going to a Japanese steakhouse.
Japanese steakhouse for Cinco de Mayo. All right. Well, whatever. That works. All right. Let me get back up here to our callers, and Ranger Jack's hanging in there. Good morning, Ranger Jack.
Good morning, King Steve and King Chris. It's good to talk to both of you. You got the greatest overnight radio show and the greatest product sponsoring it, and we appreciate all you're doing there, Chris.
Well, thank you, and I agree with you. It is the greatest overnight radio show.
I'll tell you what, you don't know how grateful my wife and I are. You done what you did for them, and your product. Was it the FR3 for the oil? Is that's like the, can that be put in like the hyper lubricant that I've been using to just put it in on top, or do you have to allow room for it?
You have to allow room for it. You don't want to just put it on top.
No. Now, what do you do if you got it? You got to get it under there and drain somewhere.
Well, normally we try to put it in on oil change. So next oil change, just bring it in
put it in when I'm getting the next oil change in.
Yeah.
Okay, because I know as a competitor, you always said just put it in on top, and I've done it. But what would be the problem if you did?
Well, you'd overfill the oil a little bit. I don't know. I mean, theoretically, probably nothing would happen, but it could happen that you would blow a head gasket or something. There's too much oil pressure. I sincerely doubt that would happen, but just as soon as I tell somebody to do that, that's what would happen. Then we get sued. I never could figure out how. I never did figure out how they were able to put that in on top and not take any oil out. I should look into that someday.
Does it do the same thing though? It just uses oil as a hose to go into the metal.
No, not quite. So what?
Transport.
Yes, a little different science behind what we're doing versus what you're talking about. Motor coat. What they're using is what we call chlorinated paraffin, and that's like a surface treatment. What we're doing is we're attacking from a couple different areas. One is we've got what's called a nanocarbon in there. So nanocarbon, nano meaning the size, it's less than a micron. It's only 3 to 9 nanometers in size. So it would be about the size of human DNA, if you can imagine that. And what we're doing is putting like a layer of little tiny BBs along all the surfaces inside the engine, so it makes everything roll a lot better. And then there's two very specific molecules, or oil molecules, called esters that we have made just for us, and they kind of make the whole thing work better. So they attract it to the metal and keep it uniformly spread out throughout the engine, and then they make the oil work better because it makes the additives work better, like the zinc and things like that, as far as we know. Believe it or not, some of the stuff we're still trying to figure out why it works so well. And it's not just us. I mean, even large oil companies and big additive companies have said the same thing. It's like sometimes when I'll ask them, well, how does this additive work? they'll say, we're not quite sure how it works. We know what it does, but we're trying to figure out all the actions inside. So we do things like, check for safety. We do safe tests and go through all kinds of laboratory testing to observe what's happening. But as far as, being able to precisely pin down exactly what's happening in there is a little bit more difficult.
Okay. Is it now? What is it? How many is it? 2 ounces a quart, or?
That sounds about right. I don't have the website open fast enough. We'll jump back on that in a minute.
No. Okay. The shift restore, is that for both standard and automatic, or is that just for automatic transmission?
It's made for automatic transmissions. You can't put it in a regular shift or manual transmission, but the FR3 would probably work better in a manual transmission. So if
FR3 in the manual.
Yeah, we've used it in manual transmission. We also put it in gearboxes. We're not advertising it for that, but it does work well in those applications.
It does. Okay. All right. And the gas, what is the gas?
Gasoline Extreme?
Gas Extreme. Gasoline Extreme. Now I have a 98 Harley Heritage Springer. It's only got 13,000 miles on it, so it hasn't got rode that much. But I know I got old gas in it, and I fired it up here. I had stable in it, but when I fired it up, now it's popping and backfiring to the carburetor. If I put the Gasoline Extreme in it, will that, and run a while, will that eliminate that? Will it get rid of that popping and backfiring?
Yes, it will. It will. That's what it's made to do.
It will?
Yep. Put some Gasoline Extreme in there.
All right.
If that doesn't do it, put a couple ounces of FR3.
Okay, and in our pickup truck and other vehicles, it'll help improve the fuel mileage, you're saying, right?
Correct. It'll improve the fuel economy somewhere between 3 and 10%. Lowest we've ever seen is 3. We've seen a lot of 5 to 10s. Mm-hmm. So you should see a big difference. One thing we haven't had time to test yet is how long the effects last for. So you might not need to use it, but every 3 tankfuls.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I should ask you that then. Okay. So what part of Florida are you living in down there? What did you bought a home in?
I'm down in Venice, south of Sarasota.
South of Sarasota. You're on the west coast then.
Yep, on the Gulf side. We've been going down there for a long time.
Are you going to be? Where are you going down? Like the last week every month or something like that? Is that what you're planning? I know you said you're going to go down 1 week a month, huh?
I'm hoping to go down 1 week a month, but it's not necessarily the last week. Like I'm going to go down the first week of June or mid-July. Just
okay. Are you going to be in the plant up there this week?
I am.
Okay, because wife and I would like to get up there and buy the products. Now, will we get the same overnight drive discount and the CDL discount?
You bet.
We come in there and buy it?
Absolutely.
And do the same thing? Okay, we're going to try to get up there, depending, we're at the mercy of our dock workers there in Columbus. If they get us out in time on Sunday, we'll try to get up there Monday morning and get some of the product and hopefully get to meet you.
Oh, you
personally. Bet. And we really appreciate all you've done. I'll tell you, it's just unbelievable that you're like resurrected the overnight drive.
Well, it was my pleasure. Trust me, it was one of the best decisions I've ever made. And if you come up on Monday, tell Candy that you want to talk to Chris, and I'll let her know so she could come get me.
Okay. Yeah, Ranger and Lucky Penny. We're looking forward to meeting you.
Same here. I can't wait.
Okay, guys, have a great weekend. Thank you.
All right, Ranger Jack, good to hear from you. And tell Lucky Penny we said hello. They went with us on our last cruise. They had a blast.
Excellent.
So, yeah, good people. Good people. You'll like Lucky Penny. It's 15 past the hour. Okay, Rick was asking a question. I've got a 2015 Honda CRV, $45,000 on it. Yeah, what product would you recommend?
I would just use the FR3 on your next oil change, and that'll lower the wear. It'll reduce the wear by about 50%, which means that your engine will last twice as long. You'll also get better fuel economy and more power. And I would also put some Gasoline Extreme in there. Again, we've tried Gasoline Extreme even in new vehicles, and we've been able to increase the fuel economy. So that's really worth trying.
Okay, there you go, Rick. Give that a shot. Scooter checking in. I just bought a 2021 pickup truck with a direct gas injected turbocharged engine. As many know, due to the PVC system and no fuel passing over the intake valves to wash the oil residue off of them, they're prone to build up on the backside of the valves. My question for Chris is, would the stiction eliminator get pulled through the PCV system in enough quantity to keep that buildup from occurring, being that the truck only has a couple hundred miles on it?
I don't know. Well, we've thought about this and talked about it a lot, like a way to get to the deposits that are caused by that, and we don't know.
So further testing will be necessary.
Yeah, I wish I could tell you for sure.
So 2021, this is kind of is this a brand new kind of system they're doing here?
It's about 4 to 5 years, maybe longer than that. But we've been talking about this for at least 3 years because it's hard to describe, but the gasoline is not washing over the valves, so they're getting these deposits behind them because it's just not getting washed off. So when the combustion goes up in there and leaves carbon, it's really in the part of the engine where the air is coming in. It's not where there's oil or there's fuel. So I don't know how much of the gas or the fumes from like the Gasoline Extreme would make its way in there and clean it. We've tried. This was really hot and heavy just a couple of years ago, and we were trying a couple different additives to see if we could get something to survive the combustion chamber to go up in there and melt it away, but we didn't have any success. So
to date, nothing.
To date, nothing.
Okay. And one more from the email bag from Truck and Phil. Morning, Steve, and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Happy Friday. Big shout out. Thank you to Chris Gabrelcik. I found it very interesting when I was listening to the news radio in Detroit. The governor says there's a continued ongoing shortage of truck drivers in Michigan and everywhere else around the country, the U.S. and Canada. And then there's the ongoing shutdowns and the slowdowns in the automotive industry while they're all waiting on the electronic chip manufacturing to catch up. So with the transformation in this country, we're all going to electric power. Is Hot Shot Secret gearing up for the future? How are you going to take care of the new friction?
Kind of scares me because I could put us out of business if everything went electric. But I honestly don't see semi-trucks going that road just because of the amount of torque and energy and how much they can move. So I feel like we're in a good spot, putting most of our chips on the semi-driver and on the diesel market. But we are doing testing on electric vehicles. One of the problems with electric motors is they overheat. And they have a problem with friction. So one of the properties of one of our products, the FR3, the nanocarbon, is that they disperse heat at a very high rate. So we're doing thermal conductivity tests with that product, and we are in testing with several car manufacturers to see if we could lower the temperature and the thermal conductivity of their oil inside the electric motors.
Yeah.
Now, there's not a lot of oil in there. The problem is they're a fill-for-life system. So it's not like you're changing oil every 3,000 or every 15,000. I mean, it's a fill for life. But, being a small boutique type company, it could be really good for us because even, like if they just needed 1% for all the electric cars, that would give us a lot of business,
Sure. I mean, what do you think the odds are? I mean, are we really going to go all electric? I
don't see it. I mean, I honestly don't see it. I think that maybe cars. I think cars are going to go that direction. I don't see semi trucks doing it.
We already have an issue. At one point, I had one of those little boxes installed behind my home where you kind of volunteer in the summertime. If it's a 90-degree day and we start running short on juice, you're kind of volunteering for a lower electric rate that will cut your power off for 10 or 15-minute intervals throughout that hot period. If we're having trouble generating enough juice now, and we start having all these, how many millions of vehicles are they talking about plugging in? We don't have the capabilities, as far as I'm concerned.
No, it's all about control. I'm sorry, it just is. I mean, it's, if you have an electric vehicle, they could just shut you down whenever they want.
Well, yeah. Shut down the power grid, you ain't going nowhere.
And one of my dreams in the future is to come up with additives that could double the fuel economy. I mean, we're doing well, getting 5 or 10%. That's a huge gain in our industry. But, the combustion engine's only 30% efficient. So 70% of that energy is being wasted. If we can come up with a way to get 60%, that's double the fuel economy. I mean, if every semi-truck was getting 20 miles per gallon, wow,
yeah,
just think about that. If every car was getting 50 or 60 miles per gallon, that would make a major dent in what's happening. So that's one of the things I want to get done before I die.
Well, you'd be the champion of, he ended global warming.
Yeah, no, they would bury that story. Trust me.
Hey, is this the Mercury Man? I believe.
Hey, Steve, how you doing, man?
Doing well. Happy Friday.
Hey, happy Friday to y'all. Thank you, Chris, for bringing him back and everything. The king of late night trucking radio. That's the new term, right? Hey, look, I had a Honda Accord that's got 354,000 miles on it, and I had gotten some of that stuff. I was one of the first-time callers, and they sent me some of that stuff. Y'all sent me some of that Sticks and Eliminator and some of the Gasoline Extreme. And the old car has always had a little old cam phaser issue, and I've been putting it off. And so I just threw some of that stuff in there, and it helped it a whole lot. It quietened it down, because it used to have a little old rattle when you crank it right up, you just like that. And it would, it pretty much stopped that. It'll do it every once in a while now, but not near as bad as it used to. And for 354,000 miles, I'm running on borrowed time now anyway. But I just wanted to throw that out there and let you know. But as far as transmissions go, my dad used to work for AMCO. He worked for AMCO for 45 years, and I learned how to rebuild transmissions through him. I'd spend my summer vacations, and I worked for AMCO when I was 13, 14 years old. I'd go with him, tear them down, clean them up, and he'd build them. We'd build 4 or 5 a day. And he always told me that if you had one that had a high mileage on it, just never touch the fluid. Don't change it. And the reason is because those internal seals go through so many hot and cold cycles that the fluid over a period of time will get thicker than it actually is when you first put it in there. And it kind of compensates for those seals being shrunk up. And you put new fluid in it, and it's susceptible to either blowing out a seal or leaking. And that was the reason most people do not, they always hear, don't change the fluid if you got 150,000. But the fluids nowadays are so much better than what they used to be. They don't thicken up like that like they used to. So most of the time, you don't never really have to change the fluid unless you got a problem, because the fluid is so much better. But that's all that was. It was just those seals go through so many hot and cold cycles that they shrink up and get hard, and the fluid will compensate for it because the fluid gets old and cooked along with it, and it thickens up. But when you put that new fluid back in there, those seals are still hard and shrunk up. Well, then the fluid pressure goes right on by, and you're susceptible to when you're losing fluid pressure, you're susceptible to burning clutches, and that's all that was. But
wow, well,
but you make a fantastic product.
Well, thank you, but that's good to know. That's good to know. One of the things that the FR3 or the shift restore will do is it will rejuvenate the seals. So esters, that's just that's one of the things that they do naturally, is that they just kind of make the seals more pliable. They swell up the seals a little bit less than 3%, but that is, like, if you put too much in, it'll make them, too big and rubbery. But at the treatment ratios that we have, that's good to know that might help solve that problem too. So if somebody does change their transmission fluid, putting the FR3 or the shift restore in will help rejuvenate all the seals inside there. That's great. That's great intel.
That's exactly right. And I tell you something else too. An old used car salesman told me a long time ago. He said you can pour a little pint of brake fluid in it too, and it'll do the same thing. But they didn't care as long as they made the seal. See, if you didn't get that stuff out, it would limber those seals up so much that they would be like dish rags. It would just flop around. That's like putting banana. They used to put banana peels in the rear ends, to keep them quiet down. Just as long as they could sell them off a lot.
Yep.
So
that was the old secret, right? I mean, like, wasn't there something with like sawdust or something you put it in or whatever, and it's gonna, then you sell it, and then it's, as is, no warranty. Sorry.
That's right. That's it. Yeah, you can stick banana peels in there too and do the same thing. It'll quieten it down. Just you wouldn't hear nothing until you get about 55 miles down the road. All right. Well, look, you make a fantastic product. I'm gonna have to pull out the top. They hollering at me.
All right. Hey, thank you so much, Mercury Man. Great to have you with us. Appreciate your call here this weekend. Hey, Big Moose, did you take a blood pressure pill last night?
Yeah, I got I freebased the lisinopril this morning, so I'm in pretty good shape now. Hey, now I'm gonna tell you something, bud. You've been called the king of the late night, the king of the media. Been compared to Lazarus, been resurrected from the dead. My plan was to buy that new Stetson hat for Christmas, and you're up to about a size 42 now, so we're going to have to take another measurement before December rolls around.
Okay. Oh, man.
I'm just picking at you. I got a question for the big boss man there.
The fixer.
All right. I inherited this old bus from an old buddy of mine. His widow gave it to me. It's been made into a truck, and it was an old school bus or something. I don't know what it was, but it's a cobbled up mess. But it's got a 545 Allison automatic transmission in it, and there's two fluid options on this thing. It says in cold climates to run a 15W40, and then a warm climate to run this Syntec 295 or whatever, some Allison brand of oil in a hot climate. But it's got temperature gauge on it. It stays about mid-range. It's staying in the green, but it's right there where the green meets the yellow on the gauge. And I'm pretty sure it's got 1540 in it. And I've been running it around there, doing a little hauling with it and stuff. And seems to me it's getting a little warmer. I was just wondering if you had any idea on what maybe I should pour in that thing.
I would be willing to bet that some FR3 would bring the temperature down so it stays in the green, doesn't even touch the yellow. We've almost always seen about a 15-degree drop in temperature. So that I'll bet you that would do the job. Either the FR3 or the shift restore.
Okay. Because I've been running the shift restore and power steering pumps. I've been doing that. That shift restore has already saved me replacing one pump, so I've been running it and everything now.
So you didn't put any shift restore in the transmission, or you did on the bus?
I did not. I didn't do it yet because I wanted to check with you before I go dump it. I don't want to dump something in there that's going to screw it up or make it slip or something.
Yeah, use the shift restore. That'll do it. I'm almost positive you'll see a drop to right where you want it to be.
I'll do that. Another thing too, I've got a bunch of I've got 3 old General Electric exhaust fans in my shop. I got a Quonset hut shop. It's got exhaust fans in the floor. It's about 36-inch fans, and they've got the old brass bearings in the motors, and they got the little oil cup on top, and tells you right on them, use 30 weight non-detergent oil in them, and stuff. And they got a howl to them. So that last time I greased them up, because I've been running the fans quite a bit here lately, I mixed a little bit of that FR3 with that 30 weight oil, and I've been filling them cups on those electric motors with them. And it does a good job quieting right down, but it runs out so fast. Instead of doing it about once a week, I'm doing it about every other day. So is there anything thicker that, we can mix that stuff with that'll make it hang out there a little longer instead of running away?
Yes. How much do you need?
Well, those little cups only hold maybe like a teaspoon apiece or something, and I usually a quart of that 30 weight oil to run them fans about a month. Because I tell them guys, when they start chattering, to go over and check the oil in them. And but I'd like to get something, with a little more viscosity in it. That when because as they run, they generate heat, and the hotter it gets, that oil gets thin and just runs out of the bushings.
Yep, I know exactly what you're talking about. So, yes, we do have a thicker version of the FR3 that we make for commercial applications, and I can get you a quart of that. I'll look around and see what else we have. If you send me an email tomorrow with your address, I'll send it out to you.
Okay.
So with the brass bearings, you just want to make sure you don't ever use anything that has zinc in it or detergents, because those will attack the yellow metals. That's why they're calling for non-detergent oil.
Right.
So that's, yeah.
And one more question. I know you're having a container issue with the gun oils. Is there any way I can get like a 16 or 32 ounce bottle of that stuff that I can take up there to the club that we can just fill our old bottles back up with?
Sure, you bet. Yeah, we could do that. I mean, we could put it in other bottles. We just, as far as having it in an applicator bottle, that's the hard part. We can't get those. But yeah, let me.
Right. Well, we've got plenty of applicator bottles. We're just all running low, and it's getting about that time of year where we're going to start killing some clay pigeons here pretty regular. We'd like to keep some of that stuff on hand up there, and if I could get a big bottle that we could just, fill the little bottles back up with, we'd go that route.
Hey, I'll have it for you tomorrow.
Maybe put that in your email. Just to remind him about that. Yep. Quart of gun oil, and what was the other question? Yeah.
Yeah, the non-detergent.
The fan oil.
Yeah. I know exactly what you need, and I even know where it's on. There's some on the shelf in the R&D lab, because it'll be it'll be a handwritten label. It won't be something that we put on the shelf, but I'll fix you up. Just remind me tomorrow, and I'll get to it on Monday.
All right, my man, I'll do it. And y'all have a good weekend when you get to it. Keep it sunny side up, right of the spotted and left of the solid. We'll be 10-10 till we do it again.
That is the Big Moose. Hey, have a great weekend, Big Moose. Thank you very much. Be safe out there. All right. We got one more segment to fill coming up here. We have the lines available. It's 844-844-3388. Friday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden is trying to convince Republicans to vote for his infrastructure and jobs plan during a trip to Louisiana.
When you build better roads or extend the train line over the next town or install reliable high-speed internet, it sparks new life and investment in communities. It gives people hope.
Republicans are showing reluctance at the plan, with the price tag nearing $4 trillion. The president said, though, he is willing to negotiate. Authorities in Rigby, Idaho say that a teacher disarmed a 6th grade girl who shot 2 students and a custodian at her middle school. After the shooting, parents were directed to a nearby high school to pick up their children. Police say they now have the girl in custody and that the injuries are not life-threatening. They say they're investigating a motive and also where she obtained the gun. This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow premium pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size, only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
Lawmakers in South Carolina have voted to allow execution by firing squad. USA Radio's Tim Berg has the story.
South Carolina is one step closer to bringing back the firing squad. House lawmakers voted to pass a bill Wednesday that'll allow firing squads, and the state's governor says he'll sign it. The new bill means death row inmates will get to choose between being shot or electrocuted if lethal injection drugs are not available. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Foreign ministers from the Group of 7 countries urged North Korea to completely denuclearize and to return to negotiations following a meeting of the diplomats in London. The statement also called on North Korea to rejoin the Non-Proliferation Treaty, which it withdrew from in 2003. Earlier this week, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken called on North Korea to come back to the negotiation table. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
Twitter suspended a new account created to share statements from former President Trump, saying it violated the social media company's policy on banned users. The new account, DJT Desk, appeared on Twitter this week, apparently trying to get around the network's permanent ban on Trump in the wake of the January 6th attack at the U.S. Capitol. According to the biography on the account, posts copied from Save America on behalf of the 45th POTUS, originally composed by Donald Trump, would be shared. But the account wasn't directly run by the former president. A Twitter representative told NBC they'll take enforcement actions on accounts whose apparent intent is to replace or promote content that was suspended. The Twitter account included posts from the new website, From the Desk of Donald J. Trump. The site doesn't provide any way for users to respond or interact with Trump's posts, but it does include the option to share his statements on Twitter and Facebook. It also encourages people to sign up for Trump's Save America joint fundraising committee. Twitter's removal of the new account came one day after the Facebook Oversight Board ruled to continue its ban on former President Trump, which also came in response to the Capitol attack. The ban also goes for Instagram, which is owned by Facebook. Facebook says it will review him again in 6 months. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Ba-boom. You like that?
I do. I love the music.
Kind of comical. Last weekend, we're over at my mom's house, and we had some of our neighbor friends over. Neighbor Beth, she's an avid listener. Early on in the show, they had the podcast playing, and they were sitting there trying to write down the lyrics. They'd run a few words, and then they'd pause it. Don't wake me up before you go. And then they'd pause it, and because they're wanting to sing the song. I said, okay. It's pretty wild how Kyle came up with that. He was explaining to me that there's like there's artists that have no royalty sort of music or whatever, and you can purchase that and use it and not have to pay royalties on it. So who's the dude that did that song? Because he's got a lot of exposure to that song thanks to this show.
Yep.
Oh boy,
royalty-free music.
Yeah. All right, let me see. Question: I've got 180,000 on my '04 Cummins. Transmission fluid's turning a kind of a murky brown color. Should I do a fluid change and filter, or just run it till it quits? I'm kind of torn on what to do.
I don't know what the right answer to that is, but if it were me, I would change the fluid, put in the transmission stiction eliminator or the shift restore, and hope it works, because if it's turned a murky brown, it's probably not long for this world, but the Cummins engine will last 500, 600,000 miles. So,
okay.
I mean, you still have another, you're only halfway through the life of the engine. So if we could get the transmission all straightened out. Or I tell you, another idea is call Fire Punk in Plain City. Just look up Fire Punk online and ask them. That's their specialty. They know everything about those transmissions. They'll be able to tell you.
Fire Punk Diesel.
Yep.
Okay, one more. Let me see here. All right, I've got a Nissan Titan XD that I run the Green Diamond 10W30 and everyday diesel treatment. I can find the EDT everywhere. The Green Diamond I cannot find locally. Is that the kind of thing you got to get through?
Either a dealer, look online, like just put your zip code in on our website. It'll show you a dealer near you. So that the dealer network are usually diesel shops, people that turn wrenches for a living. They have full displays of our product. So they might have all 40 products in stock. I mean, usually they'll carry at least 10 to 15. Some of those products there's no way they'd ever live on a retail shelf. But the dealer, and if the dealer near you doesn't have it, just tell him you want it, and he can put it on his next order and keep it in stock for you.
Okay, and he's in Lebanon, Ohio, so
Ohio. We have more dealers in Ohio, I think, than any place, so we should have somebody there.
Okay. Spaceman says, look at the Dogecoin in the past hour. Yeah, that's the thing we were talking about earlier. Okay, back to 60. It was down to like 53 cents a coin a few hours ago. It's back to 61 now. It's just, you look at the charts, and you're up and down. It's crazy.
You're making me want to day trade with it. You're getting the gambler out of me.
Yeah, you buy it at 50, then sell it at 60, and then wait for it to go back to 50 and buy it again.
Yep.
Is
That's the idea.
That's what a day trader does, right? They just buy, sell, buy, sell.
The only problem is whenever I buy, it just drops and never goes back up.
All right, so I bet that's where a lot of people are kind of making a killing right now. Is just buy them when it drops a dime, and then sell it again, and then use that money and buy more when it drops again.
Exactly, and that's what day traders do. And I know a few of those guys. It is not my thing at all. But just hearing how they do it, they focus in on like a half a dozen stocks that they know in and out. Like they know what the value is and they know what they're going to do. They look for patterns, so they know where to sell, where to buy, and they just keep focusing on it. And they'll trade 4 or 5 times in a day and make a lot of money doing that.
I'll be darned. Okay. You got to have money to play with first, though, right? And if you happen to buy low and it goes lower and lower and lower, then you're SOL.
Well, I don't know. There's one guy I know, just a little side story. His theory is when it goes down, he doubles up and buys again. Then when it goes down again, he doubles up and buys again. He keeps doing that until it goes up, and then he cashes out. Now you have to have a lot of guts to do that, because he was telling me that he does the same thing when he goes to Las Vegas. He said, I play blackjack, and he said, every time I lose, I double down again. And I just keep doing that, doubling my bet until I win. Then I'm back
where you were.
Yeah. I'm thinking, oh man, you have to have a lot of, patience and guts to do that, because you start dropping a couple thousand, you get to 10,000 where you keep losing, then, you're waiting, you're going to win sooner or later, right?
Right.
So then you win it all back. But you just have to have the fortitude to keep putting that money down.
And you got to have the money to put down.
Well, that too.
You got to have a lot of liquidity. All right, we got lines available at 844-844-3388. Let's see. Is it Beaufort? Is that the name?
Buford.
I'm sorry.
Buford. Hi, how you doing, Steve?
Doing good. What's happening?
Good. Hey, I just wanted to call, tell Chris, I know he's heard it 1,000 times, for thanks for bringing you back on. And I got a little testimonial for him. The shipper store, I got it at a little store where I live, Rural King. I was like, I was a truck, and my truck was shifting hard, my pickup truck. But I only put a half a bottle in, drove it for a day, and I didn't really feel anything. Next day, I was like, well, I'm feeling better. By the end of that day, man, everything was shifted smooth as silk. I even had my wife drive it. Can you feel it shifted? So whatever was wrong with it, that took care of it. And I'm a firm believer now. So I definitely will be using that again. And I got a little memory buster for you. 1997 truck show. You were helping your dad set up for the show.
Yeah.
Me and my girlfriend walked around and seen you. We walked around the building. Well, there's Steve Sommers standing outside smoking a Marlboro Light. And we sat there and talked to you for a few minutes, and you were telling us how you'd like to broaden your horizons, and BAP might be in the picture, and your dad didn't want you to. Do you remember that? We just talked for a few minutes.
Boy, I don't remember. I don't remember the specific conversation, but I remember exactly what you were talking about. Yeah, because at the time I had a contract in hand. I almost ended up in Dallas, Texas.
Yeah, I remember you telling us about it. BAP might be in the picture, and it was just nice to sit and talk to you for a minute. But I listened every night. I was distraught when they took you off the air. I told my wife, I said, I don't know what I'm going to do. What am I going to listen to now? So kudos to Chris. I'd like to meet him and shake his hand someday.
Hey,
you gentlemen have a great night. I love what you're doing, man.
You too. Steve, the next truck show,
all right,
they're going to get a chance to meet us both. So we'll, now that things are opening back up, we will be there.
Yeah.
So that'll be exciting.
I guess, I think Josh had asked me if I had a list of truck shows, and that there are a handful of smaller shows. There's a couple of them that, I don't know. Did you ever do the Walcott thing? Did you ever do that Walcott Jamboree, the Iowa 80 truck stop?
No, I have not. We did have a guy go up and set up a booth one time, way back when, but I always wanted to, but I didn't know how big it was.
I don't know the attendance numbers. Of course, Dallas, not this year, and somebody, I think Dusty Chrome told me he thinks that one might be done for good.
Dallas was never really well attended. We went to Dallas 2 or 3 times, and I think the last time we went would have been like maybe in 18 or 17, and I don't think we had one single person stop by the booth. So, compared to Louisville, where, we'll have like 5 people there, and we're busy the whole show. We're just, constant steady flow of people coming in. And I think somebody told me one time that there was 250,000 people that went to that show, which I believe it, because that's a really, really big show. The Louisville one.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's any shows bigger than that.
That's always been considered the granddaddy of them all. I think normally they say that, I don't know how do you account for how many were there? I guess by the number of badges they hand out.
Right.
It's normally about 80,000.
Is that what it is, 80,000?
Yeah.
Seems, compared to Dallas, again, I worked the Dallas show a couple times, and maybe 1 to 2 people is all I would talk to the whole 3 days. So it just didn't seem like it was a good a good spend.
Well, yeah, you're not selling a lot of product. Did you actually take product down there to try and sell?
We did take product the first time. The second time we just had coupons because at the time, and you probably remember this, but if you were out of state, you didn't have to pay sales tax. So, this is before the Wayfair thing that happened last year or the year before, whenever it was. So in Dallas, because we sold product, they came back to us after the first year and said, now you have to charge everybody that buys from you in Texas sales tax. So all of our internet sales from Texas, we had to go back and try to figure out who to pay tax to. And the hard part there was in Ohio, like if you pay sales tax, you just send it to the state. You're in Franklin County or whatever. It's just one. Well, in California and Texas, you have to, like the vendor is responsible to pay, the city of Cincinnati 5 cents, the state of Ohio 8 cents, the township. It went. There was like 5 different ways they separated it, and it was a accounting nightmare. So after 1 year, I said, "Forget this. We're not doing that anymore."
Right.
But now, everybody has to pay sales tax everywhere. They don't let you do that anymore.
There's one other that I think it was Scott that brought up the other night, though. I think 4 States Trucks does the what's it called? Guilty by Association truck show, I think it is. That's going to be on this year. I think that's the one that's more like a kind of a festival atmosphere where they do truck burnouts and truck pools and things of that nature kind of stuff. So,
well, isn't there one in Atlanta?
That's really for this. That's for all the suits and ties kind of thing. That's not for the truck drivers. That's for the bosses, like people like you, to go down and rub elbows with the CEOs of Freightliner and all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
So, and that's a biannual every other year. That's why the OEMs started doing the every other year at Louisville.
Okay.
The OEM said, okay, we're going to go to Atlanta with all the big wigs one year, then Louisville the next, and
gotcha.
Back and forth. I'm sure in 2022, everybody will be in Louisville because 3 years will have passed since they've had a show. It's outrageous.
It'll be huge.
Huge. It'll be huge. Let's see. Horse feathers 3 times in one night. What the hell?
Yeah, well, you keep talking about good stuff. I mean, the more better stuff you talk about, the more things we have to call about.
Uh-huh.
But the Antique Historical Truck Society, they have their convention and show, and I believe that's in the first week of June, Harrisonburg, Virginia. So I don't know how far Harrisonburg, Virginia is from Ohio, but it's got to be closer to you guys than it is to me. But I think it's down north of Roanoke somewhere, down in that area.
Have you been there before?
But they have. I haven't. Well, I went to the one that was in York. It rotates around. They move it around the country every year. That's in a different location. But there was probably, I don't know, at least 1,000 trucks probably of the old time truck people there. And as I say, that's the Antique Truck Historical Society. So Steve's mentioned that show before, and the group and the membership before.
Yeah.
And I'm a member of them in that. But I believe it might be June 1st, but that's but this year's convention and show is Harrisonburg, Virginia.
Got it. I wrote it down.
There's probably more people smarter than me that know more about it, but I don't know if I'm going to try to truck down that far or maybe just drive the 4-wheeler down this year. But I don't think I'm going to try to take the old truck that far out away from the house there. I don't have enough support like the big moose or something, in case something happens to get things taken care of, to get her back home if I have to.
Yeah, right. Got you.
But anyway, but no, we'll be looking forward to it. And as I said before, we'll report back to you on Sunday there, as long as the AccuWeather gods don't give us too much of a deluge. So,
all right.
Anyways, thanks again, Steve, and we'll talk to you later.
I'll see if I can pull some strings for you there. All right. So yeah, the truck is stored. That was Freddie the Freeloader was always a big fan of the old time trucks. They do have some really cool trucks they bring out to the old time truck show. I don't know how many people attend those kind of events though.
Well, it might be a good event to go to and get exposure for overnight drive. We could I'll check it out.
Okay.
I'll check it out tomorrow, see what happens.
All right. Let me see here. Just we're about to wind things down here on a Friday morning. I meant to ask you, how's things going? You had started construction on your, what is it, tank farm? Is that the word you're using? Your bulk farm or whatever?
Yeah, we're building a whole new blending facility and a addition onto the warehouse, and we are on hold for a little bit just because we're trying to get the engineering part worked out, the fire codes, the state codes. So we're still in the engineering phase. I would have hoped to have broken ground by now, but we are putting all new offices in the blue room, which, you've seen that before. But that's all walls and bathrooms and everything are being put in there now. So hopefully, we'll get the start of the engineering finished up, this month or next month, but it's a long, slow process.
So the fact of the matter is, though, you're continuing to grow.
Oh, absolutely.
Business is growing. Yeah.
We, believe it or not, we are the number one engine treatment in America right now. I didn't know that either, but that marketing was pulling up NPD data where they measure bottles leaving the shelf, and we're, as far as the category of engine treatments go, we're the number one engine treatment. I think we're the number 2 oil additive and number 3 or 4 fuel additive for diesel. So
wow.
Yeah, we've grown quite a bit and taken a lot of market share thanks to your listeners. Everybody out there telling everyone about it. Keep doing that.
Thanks to everyone. And like you said, for the number of listeners I have, they all have friends of their own. Mm-hmm. And it's kind of, you get the exponential.
Absolutely. That's how we've grown the whole company.
All righty. With that, hey, thank you so much for everyone that chimed in this morning. Anything we've missed, touching on, anything on the horizon for you here?
I'm not sure. I've been, busy trying to get everything at work caught up and keep everything moving forward. With the shortage of some things, that's always a challenge. So we're just trying to make sure that we have all the products in stock for everybody to keep buying. Mm-hmm. So that's a full court press right there. Hopefully soon we'll see some RV generator oil, RV antifreeze. We're going to have some ATF plus 4 transmission fluids. And then, of course, the marine line, they've been testing and working on that full time. There's one note that Kyle did tell me is that there was a Project Farm video that came out not too awful long ago. And they're on Project Farm, if you go to YouTube and look at Project Farm and look for winter anti-gel, they tested our product against others. And he said there's over 1 million views on there. And he said the guy, he doesn't take any money from anybody, but he tests things kind of a hands-on way of doing it. And he said that ours was the best out of everything, that we crushed it. So, if anybody's interested in the anti-gel, at least for next winter, look at the Project Farm video and see what you think.
That's what the Grump brought up earlier. He said, the anti-gel, ain't none out there better.
That's everything we make, there ain't none out there better. That's the whole idea.
All right. Don't forget, if you catch us on the podcast, if you weren't with us live here this morning, for those that catch us later in the day, if you want to place your order, just use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You get 10% off your order if you are a first responder, active or veteran, active duty or veteran, military, first responders, or if you hold a CDL, you get an additional 10% off via hotshotsecret.com. Check it out. And I guess as far as Chris, you're concerned, I'll see you. I'll talk to you, let's say 1 month from now, first weekend of June. What is that? First Friday of June will be June the 4th. As long as you're not in Florida that weekend. Or I guess we could talk to you from Florida.
That's right.
Doesn't matter where you're at.
Yeah.
All right.
If I'm in Florida, I'll give you a call from there.
Thanks for all you've done for me and our listening audience. And I'm glad you got to finally see the secret bunker.
I love it, man. You guys did a great job. You deserve a big pat on the back.
All right. Well, have a good weekend. Hey, it's Miller time, Skull Buster time. Everybody be safe out there, and thanks for listening in. We'll see you back Monday morning, Sunday night at the midnight hour. Monday morning, don't forget Joel Morrow will join us out of the box there. We'll see what he's got on his mind coming up Monday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.